A long time no speak.
16 hours to go. My mindset would be total reset. Forget about the first race. It's done and dusted. Or the first part of the race anyway. And try and reset yourself. Nordschleife, as you've said, me and you've done plenty of laps around here. I know the first half of the track extremely well, but I normally crash out before I reach the second half. So it's one of those tracks. I mean, it's 100 and something corners. It's extremely long. You're talking about 7-minute odd lap times. I mean, it sounds short. You know, we've joked about it. Only one lap to pit. But meanwhile, you just still got 7 or so minutes in the car.
No, definitely. And for those just joining us, welcome to RaceFace.Pro Endurance Championship GT3 and GT2. We had a red flag a little bit earlier on. We are back up and ready to go racing. Jan Price and Cameron de Bastos going and joining in after racing at the Autosport of Ukraine just moments ago, which is rather exciting. So a big thank you to you guys. I know it was a hectic race that you had, but to jump over and be a part of the start or the restart of this race, it is going to be a monumental run indeed. We've got 16 cars going 17 cars, as it does look like Delta Negative was able to just get their car onto the circuit. But I do want to cast all eyes on the single KTM GT2 car that is out on track. That is going to be driven by Devin Ellis and also driven by the likes of Byron Kutzer, who's currently in the car. So I'm going to say, well, first of all, GT2, lots of fun, lots of interesting racing that can go with it. But I want to go to Janneman, having a different multi-class car out there on the circuit. Do you think it's a bit of a daunting since you're the only one that's there that has to try and push yourself a little bit harder? Or do you think it's more of an ease to just keep going?
Stephen, I think it's going to be a bit of both, and it's also going to depend on what pace the drivers in that GT2 car can go at. For certain types of drivers, GT3, GT2 lap times are not going to be that different. So it would be interesting to see where that GT2 is going to slot in the field. If I'm not mistaken, during the first half of the race, it was running kind of mid-grid.
Yeah, no,
so
it was mid-grid trying to come back. But it looks like Delta Negative that did get back is unfortunately out. So we will have Mark Henbury taking the first place spot as they make their way around. The big Bentley hoping to get the jump. Then you've got Mr. Q Duplessis out in third place. Kieran Patterson of PWSR. Jason Farmer lying in sixth place is our lone GT2 car of True Racing, followed by Pandasti Infiltrate 1, and then we've got Pandasti 2 that is ready to go out low roundabout a little bit further down of OKZ. Jaco Kutzer along with Ludwig Zetzman, Jean Leroux, Jean Mossot, Brandon Kruger, Jean-Ray Buerta, Hansi Marburg, and SESAs rounding out our field to start off with it. SESAs and the Team ZRC were not in the initial start of the race, but the red flag allowed them to get back in and get in to go racing, which is something that's a little bit unprecedented for all of the drivers. And Will having a few people sitting, okay, let's get going. New competitor on the grid as we go green for the final 16 hours of this race. Big Bentley looking to try and get past Slick Racing, hoping that they can get a little bit more of a drive. Hybrid Racing going side by side with PWSR into turn one, hard braking. Jason Farmer on the outside of Byron Kutzer, who is coming into the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione and battling it out with Team LTR. That's came all the way from the world of Sarko. That's up your neck of the woods, gentlemen.
Yeah, Sarko is actually where I started my sim racing back in the days when they still did PlayStation on Project Cars 2.
And then you've got the likes of Kieran Patterson of PWSR, Alan Patterson joining in the box there, Darren Miller, and then you've got Tyler Humphreys from Angry Esports that is in the box now. For a new driver joining into a team that is more familiar with one another, Cameron, I mean, you had this before where the guys had a different situation, knew You're the green behind the ears. You're coming in. You've got a new set of drivers with you. What's the thoughts that go through your head, especially in a race like this, knowing that there is a limited time to go out and prove yourself? The first half of the race, you were still trying to get yourself in order and work out what the car's going to do. Now you're in for a second half after a red flag. Your thoughts on it?
Well, Stephen, I think most of the jobs that I do, I've been through a couple of car OL teams, but just moving to a existing team that's already been established is one where it's a bit, you have to make sure that you adapt to what they already have in place. You don't want to go and force your way, force what you want on the team. You need to find a platform where everything is aligned, but you don't want to step on toes, especially in Enduros. You don't want to go and force a team that already has something set up in terms of the car. They know what they want, they know how they like to feel it, and then go and say, no, but this doesn't match my driving style. You have to adapt. That's the beauty of racing. You can't, especially in teams, you can't force your way around in terms of, no, I want the car to suit my style of driving, forget about the others. So it's a give and take situation, one can say. And yeah, as you see, a Bentley getting quite loose there on the grass.
That's Mark Henneberry getting it all out of shape, and Kieran Patterson around the outside gets the pass done and is now running away. Mark getting caught out. He even loses the drive to Hybrid Racing's Q Duplessis getting ahead. So Q now looking to try and chase down the likes of Kieran Patterson. The big Bentley getting all out of shape on the grass. Not going to be an easy thing. And gentlemen, you've done more than enough laps in that car in both Team Heap Together colors. You've done it in, sure, a variety of different sim stuff, racing, all sorts. How difficult is it to pull that car back after you've just hooked it on the dirt, and especially with some absolutely cold tires?
Well, the Bentley is one of those cars back in the days when I was driving it that was, depending on how you set up, can be quite forgiving. You know how I set up my cars, and if the Bentley then goes on the grass, you can still pull it back. But if you set it up kind of loose with low downforce, it can be a handful to pull back, and I think that was the case there, that he lost a lot of drive there. But Stephen, we've been speaking about it, Nordschleife, we are still on lap 1 here.
Well, this is it. We saw the cars doing about 8 minutes, 8 seconds as the quickest lap time. In race trim, though, they were doing about 8 minutes 15 at best, with Bernard Barkhuizen going and making his way through, unfortunately landing up with a bit of a problem. Some beautiful shots of the circuit, a track that everyone wants to go to, but after a couple of minutes or hours around the circuit, it starts becoming a circuit that you dread, because it wears you down little by little. And these drivers coming with GT3s, it is going to be blindingly quick. It's going to be extremely difficult, and you're going to have to work your way around the circuit, trying to see what's going to work out for you. How much are you willing to push yourself to the limit around this circuit? How far can a driver go? We've seen drivers able to get into the 3-hour mark, heading towards a 4-hour mark, but then you start making mistakes in the long run of this. And now that it's going to get a bit darker, there's no lights around this circuit, so you're going to be entrusting in your headlights to make it absolutely perfect. No room for error on a circuit that if you get it wrong, that's it. Game, set, match.
Yeah, exactly. And Nordschleife, you've touched on it, is one of those tracks where there's not a lot of rest. I mean, you're talking about you said an 8-minute lap time, 8-minute 15 lap time. During that 8 minutes, you really only have, let's call it, one straight where you can relax a bit. Compare that to tracks like Spa, where you've got at least 2 long straights. Well, one isn't really straight, but you can still kind of relax a bit and look at what's going on with the car. Around Nordschleife, you are occupied for roughly 7 minutes 30 seconds of the lap.
No, definitely going to be a challenging one. And now for the McLaren on cold tires. Cameron, this is up your forte. You've been in that situation, trying to push the car a little bit harder. You're on cold set of tires, and like for Jaco Kutte at the moment, trying to run away from Ryan van Wyk. And then you've got the likes of Jean result, dealing with Brandon Kruger all over the back of him. What's going through the mind of the driver as he gets through these heat cycles?
Well, Stephen, it depends now. The McLaren is very finicky with its tires. There's a very, I find it personally that it's a very small little bit of operating window where it just feels like it's everything, the car, the engine. As Brandon Kruger goes into the wall there, my point is basically semi-proven there, where everything just feels like it's gelling with the car. Your tires are running perfectly, and it's. I find myself, as I said, a very small window, but with there being such long straights and sweeping corners on Nürburgring, the brake ducts will play a key part with the car here. You don't want it too big, you don't want it too small, and you need sufficient cooling to get the brakes cooled down for any hard braking. As Van Wijk, they just cuts off Brandon Kruger there before that turn there. But no, I think it's difficult. The tires are cold, and I mean, you spoke earlier about the what you would say the driver stints. I've seen some endurance races where the drivers feel like, oh no, they can easily pull a 4-hour stint. It's a long track. There is enough time to rest. That's where they said earlier. Later on, it might be a bit difficult. Later on in the race, earlier in the beginning of the race, you can run. As a very side Honda there.
That's Ludwig Zittmann of Ebb and Flow. Unfortunately, it ebbed and flowed the wrong way down the straight. And unfortunately, a little bit over the curb, bottomed out, chucked the car up, and in she goes. Not quite the same as the Mazda MX-5 around here, where you can recover it with a big slide, but unfortunately, a GT3, things happen a slight little bit quicker.
The walls come up a lot quicker than the MX-5.
You can basically cruise quite gently towards a wall in the MX-5, I think. But yeah, no, it's but Stephen, one thing that I would find actually interesting is, as you said, with the darkness approaching, I think there might be two teams that might be a bit of an upper hand, especially even if there's rain coming along, and that would be the Pandacity team, the two teams there, Pandacity Infiltrate 1 and Infiltrate 2. As we see, one of them just behind the Porsche there, they have ran a 24 hours, the Kuna's 24 hours of Nürburgring, and not just in dry weather, in soaked full 24 hours, and they brought the cars back. So that's a mess up. Ferrari, yeah.
That's a second-hand Zodiac Racing Ferrari. They just joined to make it to the grid. Unfortunately, not looking as great as they started. Team Helldivers coming across. They're also trying to make up some time and going through the gears. Good to see that John LaRue's car is all set up. Helldivers going and landing down to battle the automatons and battle those bugs. And we never say super crack, we say bugs breach. You say super crack, I'm going to drop a 500-pound right on top of you and make sure it detonates. So be very cautious on that one. That's a reference to the game, if anyone wants to know.
Now we know what game Steven likes.
Yet to play it. Werner Skuman a little bit further down, trying to make up a bit of time. Also looks like he's struggling a bit. And Zitzman now trying to also recover after that little bit of time as well. With the red flag situation, this is where it gets a bit interesting. You had a time from roughly about 3 o'clock all the way till 8 o'clock for the race to go on. Janneman, we've been in these situations before where you counting down the time. Was it better to just get the drivers to get some rest, wait, have someone keep an eye on the Discord that isn't going to sleep, get your earlier guys to sleep? What would have been a good move for the teams during that little bit of downtime?
Well, it all depends on your strategy. Personally, I would have let the guys that would have done the later stints get a bit of rest, and the part of the team that would start the race, keep an eye on things as to when the race is starting, and as soon as you have word as to when the race is starting, you can alert the rest of the team that, you know, it might be a good idea to at least join us at certain times when they would be necessary to drive. But having said all that, Steve, we all know that how many times have we planned an endurance race and within the next hour it all goes out the window?
I think all three of us coming from different worlds of endurance and also teaming up with each other in a variety of cars. We got to see it. It's not gonna be a win straight off the bat, and let's see how it's going to work out. I mean, it's very challenging in that regard, as whatever you planned to start off, it all changes. As the PWSR team starting to open up a 5-second gap over the Racing Pro Enduro, then you have got Slick Racing currently in 3rd place. I've got a question to ask the both of you, because the two of you are enormously quick. The two of you have both done enduros, especially long races like this. Is it better to start with a slower driver around Nürburgring that you feel that's more of a try and get the things going, or start with a quicker driver to open up those big gaps, knowing that your pit stops are going to be a make or break moment for positional advantages, and knowing that everything's starting to get a bit darker, try use the light as much as you can before naturally you start slowing down in the darker conditions. So I'm going to pass that one to Cameron.
Well, Stephen, I within the 3-4 years that I've done ACC, I've never been able to complete a full 24 hours. The small endurance races, yes, but a full 24 hours not possible. I haven't been. Either we crash out early, or the server decides to have some issues. But
we'll fix that with a
with something with another race. No, so I would rather say regarding approaching a restart for a red flag, or even just any enduro over such a long period, it would rather be best to just go and start your safest driver. It doesn't have to be slow, it doesn't have to be fast, your safest driver. The car that will be able to just avoid any incidents, be able to make sure that you won't, for example, that you'll stay out of trouble. Let the guys in front have accidents, wreck themselves, get towed back to pits. It's all about just playing smart. Enduro is not about who can be the fastest from the get-go. It's about just preserving the car, making sure you spend less time in the pits and rather get the car to the last hour or last hour, 2 hours. That's when it starts and turns into a sprint race. That's when you chuck in your fastest driver having raced it enough over the course of the enduro, and then let him run amok. Let him pick off the weaklings, the guys that are tired, the slower guys, the guys that are carrying some damage towards the end of the race, and just get those points up. It's all about finishing the enduro. Yes, you want to win, but rather play it safe instead of risking it all from the get-go.
Oh, that is going to be the one I want to ask. Janneman, you've been in quite a few different enduros, have done a couple of 24 hours, haven't quite done the Nürburgring 24 as yet. Your take on the situation?
No, I absolutely agree with Cameron. I mean, in a 24-hour race, which this was initially, let's talk about the 16 hours that's remaining for a team that like we race like. I mean, at least for the first 10 or so hours, you're not going to care in what position you are. The only thing you care about is keeping that car on track and let the laps tick over. Yes, there is a certain amount of strategy involved. You start looking at pit stops and those type of things. Certain drivers fulfill certain roles in the team. We've touched on it. Some drivers are there to fuel save. Some drivers go quick. By the way, I don't know where you heard the rumor that I was quick, but anyway. But during the last 4 hours, then you start figuring out where you are, where can you potentially end. You start keeping a closer eye on when your competitors are pitting, how many laps they need to go before they need to pit again, and those type of things. But during the first majority of the race, it's all about keeping the car on track and in one piece.
I also want to touch on that this Honest KSR endurance team car that Brandon Kruger is behind the wheel of was at one point at the start, before the red flag, was actually in first place, but due to a disconnect they reconnected and it dropped them way down the order. Now they're trying to carve their way back through the field. Being a leading car at one point, now having to carve your way through each and every one of the drivers that at one point you've gone past. You open it by lap 2. They were 16 seconds ahead, and now it's in the wall. Little bit too much, and Yakukutsu is going to try and retake the position. Is he going to? Yep, he's going to get the slipstream, and this is going to retake. Ideal situation right now. You want to get behind the car and just lift a little bit. Try and save that little bit of fuel. Don't want to pull out of the toe, but Yakukutsu is going to give it everything he's got. The Team Tryhard Bandits is going to try and steal this position back after a little mistake. Gets Brandon Kruger slowly creeping across his front nose just to go and lock out that position once again.
Yeah, no, that Omnius Gaming car from Brandon Kruger, that rear end looks very, very bouncy, Steven. As you mentioned, they were one of the front runners, but I know they're very eagerly trying to get the car back to the front. But now is a key term of patience. This is where that key word comes in, patience. Be smart where you want to pick your driver or the cars ahead. Don't take unnecessary risks. It's a long race. No need to make moves that don't need to be done, basically.
I've got a question, or at least I want to find out what's your view on this. As we watch a car that was during the first part of the Enduro running in first place at one point. Now that car's trying to carve its way through the back. You as another car see that car is gaining on you 2 seconds a lap, or in Nordschleife it can be 6-7 seconds a lap. Are you going to fight that car, or are you going to say, you know, I'm going to let them pass and I'm going to try to get pulled along by that car? Because why should I influence my race negatively, dropping lap times in a 16-hour race where I can just let them go through and rather gain from them running in front of me?
Well, I actually touched on the answer there, Janoman. It's about the time in the race that's left. You don't want to go fighting for positions with so much time left. If it was, for example, the final hour and a half,
yeah,
you would be defending like a madman, because that's when that's again the final points. Your points there at the end. But if it's this early in the race, let them go. Don't go fighting them, because then it will just lead to heartbreak, misery, and sitting in the garage crying because you messed up the race.
But remember, endurance races is a lot different than sprint races or hour and a half races, 90-minute races, call it that. It's not all about speed. There's a lot of strategy involved, and we've had it where we've done well in endurance races, not because we were the quickest. We were the guys that were able to save a pit stop and spend a minute less in the pits. And it's a lot about strategy. It's not always about speed.
Yes, I mean, you said it. It's just about strategy. I mean, Stephen can attest, even yourselves. Myself, I think, around 2 races with Stephen and 1 with you there. 12 hours of Bathurst, and me and Stephen ran were alongside one of the competitors in this race, yesterday. We were quite down in the order. We had some issues, and through an amazing double stint from Stephen, we were able to complete, save the entire fuel stop, and just not having to fight the people, leaving it to other drivers, rather faster ones to go there. Same with our Sebring race here, man. It's all about, yes, we had a good start, but you can have accidents and fall back, and it's all about just clawing back those positions. People who wreck themselves, like you can get freebies without getting dealt into getting into accidents or fights. It's just all about being smart and how you want to approach it. There's no need to take unnecessary risks again.
Yeah, now I'm going to throw a spanner in the works here, guys, because what we're watching here is the likes of Jason Farmer and Yakukutsu of Team Trial Bandits versus Team Luxury Time Racing. These two are still nose to tail with one another, and looking at the driving lines, they are going on the attack. 2 cars that are very close in pace, still trying to make up a fair amount of time. Now the red mist comes in. You got your quick drivers behind the wheel, both looking at each other. You've both been in this situation where the red mist comes down and you start getting zoned in. You start tuning everyone out. That one person that's going, all right, use your head here. We've got to be smart. Think about the tires. Think about the fuel. You want to drown. You want to drown that person out, or drown them in a pool. Trying to tell you what to do. You go the old Kimi Räikkönen way of, shut up, I know what I'm doing, let me race. in this circumstance, you got two drivers going hammer and tongs at one another. They're starting to lose a little bit of time, and that's helping Jean Lazard in. But in turn, you're pushing the tires on what they can do. You're trying to heat those up quite quickly before the night comes in and plays into effect, because it's 18 degrees track temperature and air temperature out there.
Well, I don't know if you want to answer this, because as you said, normally Steven is the one telling us, like, watch the tires, don't worry about the guy behind you, just take it easy, still long to go. Yeah, and I'm probably the guy that has the red mist in front of me every time. But, I mean, if you want to push and try and defend a position, I mean, it's your call. But then the driver shouldn't be mad if you mess up. If the driver messes up and has an accident, then they don't need to be mad. You can only be mad at yourself. Your team, your strategist, they all told you, calm down. Take it easy. There's no point in risking everything now.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that.
That's gonna be on the side of my car for the next season of who knows what, F4 championship or what.
I mean,
somebody clip that.
In a situation, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, in a situation like that, where two cars are battling so closely together, the car in front needs to make the call. Am I getting affected negatively about this, or by defending? If the red mist comes down, yeah, Cam, I hope you don't hit the wall.
Just give it a little buff. I mean, you have to do the pit crew some work just to buff something out, but I don't know. Steven has this effect where it just calms me down over a couple of corners. Just let it go, and if it doesn't work, you just let it go, Cam, and then I normally slap out of it.
Start singing the Frozen song.
Let it go. Yeah, that one.
Otherwise, during the race, you start feeling like zombie.
Oh, okay, now you're using fighting songs, yeah. Oh, fighting words.
It's fine. You know, there's certain songs I can't say it live on air here because it will end up with a bit of a problem. But Janovan knows what it is. The song that we've used. It's got a couple of acronyms. Starts with the M, ends with the A. For anyone that knows, made by Little Sis Nora. So there's a couple of things there, but we've got little battles happening on circuit. Second place, we got Hybrid Racing having a go with the big Bentley of Slick Racing, doing a phenomenal job. Loic Randebel coming in and racing. So the OKZ team starting to claw back a little bit of time as the race has gone on. And we haven't even hit that first hour as yet. Everyone's still pushing as hard as they can. I see Jean Leroux now in the pits. So the Helldivers, unfortunately, is in the pits. I love what's written on the side there. The arrow keys for a dive bomb, because you basically got one big nuke that can take out an entire thing, and dive bomb using the Konami code works really well. We got Dylan from Sarko saying hello out in the grandstands. We got Productive Panda, JW Folsking, Dr. Google, and Tyler Humphreys all supporting their respective teams as we watch the drivers go on. It is now 8:30 into the Nordschleife race. Now I expect the sun to start going down faster than ever, and it's going to go faster. It's going to drop faster than a new father's bank account. That is for certain in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, this is normally a difficult time during a race where it's starting to become dark. It varies from track to track how quickly the darkness sets in. Stephen, but you've touched on it earlier. This is Nordschleife. There's no light. So within the next, I think, less than an hour, these cars are going to start relying solely on the headlights of them, and there's certain places throughout the Nordschleife track that it can get actually a bit hairy in the dark, as we see one of the cars touch the grass there. Bit of a hairy moment.
That's Werner Skuman. So we pretty much got an A team, B team sort of race here, and it looks like the B team is starting to get away from the likes of Werner Skuman, who pulls into the pits early on within the first half an hour. Now, I know a lot of drivers are going to be thinking about the strategies and what's going to be needed. But the first half an hour to get a pit stop in is not necessarily the best time for this race. So the guys are going to have to really think out of the box towards the end of the race of what they're going to do, because you've pitted that half an hour earlier. If you cannot save that fuel to go and help out, you're going to be jeopardizing yourself. Take a race that was just done by yourself, gentlemen, where seeing what a Heat 1 did, where everyone pitted on lap 3 under safety car, thinking the same idea, pit under lap 3, no safety car for Heat 2, and having to re-pit again just to put in a couple of litres. It is a gutting feeling.
Yeah, it is a gutting feeling when you get it wrong, but Stephen, you said, if you pit now, it's going to throw you out of sequence. So a lot of these cars are banking on pitting every hour and 10 minutes max. We've seen guys fuel saving and push it to an hour and 20 minutes. I think around Nordschleife, that's going to be difficult to do. Again, talking about 8-minute lap times. But how are you going to get back into that sequence? You need to either make up the time of that early pit stop or save the fuel to win a pit stop back, essentially.
It's going to be a monumental challenge. Our top two still having a good go at one another, the Hybrid Racing versus the likes of Slick Racing. Two of them pushing each other along. That is allowing Kieran Patterson to start opening up the gap even further. But we've got to talk about the OG team that's starting to come through. We've got Almost Gaming now starting to close down the difference. Stop-go 30-second penalty handed out to the Ebb and Flow Honda. Not what you want to see in an endurance race. Stop-go 30-second penalty for just getting off the button too early. And this can turn your race into a world of hurt in a flash.
I mean, they've already put it early. They've put it on half an hour, not an hour. Now they've got a stop-go penalty again. So that's another pit stop that you need to do. A pit stop that you're losing, that you can't do anything with.
Definitely one to hurt. And I mean, Cameron, you've had situations like this where it's just getting into second gear right before the line, or quickly jumping off the button unexpectedly. That type of stuff. You've had it before. You've been in those circumstances. What goes through a driver's head at that time? For us slow guys, it's not quite an option. I mean, 50 k's an hour is scary for us. We don't use anything higher than first gear at most, and even then we put a throttle stop on it. But you've been in the situations where you've sitting with that stop-go 30-second penalty in a team race.
Well, yes, Stephen, as you mentioned there, I've done that multiple times where it's a slip of the finger. You want to, for example, just trying to pull up the overall track times and just see, and my steering wheel, for example, it's very close to the pit limit, and you might just gloves might just nick it very, very slightly, and it will give you an issue there. It's a frustrating one. It's something that you kick yourself over and over, saying, really, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? But I also have a feeling, Stephen, that talking about the penalties being out there, I just see our producer handing us a little note here saying that they are giving a warning to car 433 for something in the car not being working as it should, not performing as it should there. So Werner Schumann is popping out. The team took a quick look there, and they popped in another driver, just waiting for the driver ID to update there. It's difficult. It's good to see that the stewarding team are looking out at the drivers, making sure that they are running as it should. As we see the Jaco Grobler in the car, they're taking over from Werner. Just seeing the car back on grid makes it's good. I'm glad to see it back on track.
Alright, as we see Mark Hembry now getting pressure from Loic right behind him, the Ferrari closing up a monster of a distance over that little fight. This is where it gets a bit challenging. Front engine versus mid-engine. Janneman, you've been in these circumstances where you have a V6 mid-engine chasing you down, you with a big burly front engine V8 just not quite getting the corners the way that you wanted to do, seeing this car have a little bit more rotation. What can Mark do to go on a little bit more of a defense, especially on a very narrow circuit like the Nordschleife before they hit the Nürburgring GP Strecke, which is the new track that they connect onto where the actual start-finish line is.
Well, Stephen, I think it might be before that, might be on the long back straight leading up to that. But as you mentioned, these are two totally different cars. The Ferrari, besides the fact that it's a V6 mid-engined, normally they have better rotation. The big burly Bentley sometimes struggle with a bit of understeer depending on how you set it up. But out of the corners, if you set that Bentley up correctly, you can lean on that rear end a lot and try and get the power down early to pull a little bit of a gap out of the corner away from the Ferrari. If that is going to happen, I do not know, because that Ferrari looks pretty glued on the rear end of that Bentley, and they haven't got too long to go now before they hit that back straight, and then we'll have to see if the Ferrari's got the straight line speed to get past the Bentley.
Yeah, the straight bit, as you described, is pretty much like going to Bloemfontein. You can read the newspaper, have a breakfast, have a cup of coffee, finish it, and still put it in the dishwasher before you even get to the end of the straight.
Yeah.
Cars clocking at roughly 330 k's an hour to 337 k's an hour with a flattened out wing. A lot of drivers focusing on the long straight and actually run a lower downforce setup into the rest of the circuit, the second carousel, going and taking all the pace out of the hybrid racing Ferrari, as he had to just go and do a little bit of correction as it bottomed out, kicked up, and got going once again.
Yeah, but it does look like a Bentley opened up a little bit of a gap before they hit the straight, so I do not think that Ferrari's close enough to get actually past the Bentley. It does look like that Bentley's got some legs on the straight.
I think it's running on crumpets and tea, Janneman. It's definitely got some legs there. But that Ferrari does seem to be able to have the claw back 1 or 2 tenths on that straight, but it's not enough. It loses it again in corners.
Yeah, that's the thing. It does look like that Bentley is quite hooked up in the corners as well, so I think they did very well with that setup.
Little things that you can do that can make it work. Unfortunately, the Ferrari right onto the back of Mark Hanbury, so Mark's going to have to keep a very close eye on Loke, who's going to be looking left and right. Loke hoping to go a little bit later on the brakes into turn 1. The sharp hairpin where you're going to slam it down. The gears not close enough, though. He's going to go out wide, try bring it back and get the drive on Mark Hanbury that goes out wide. But if the track was continuing straight, you would be fine. Unfortunately, turning left a little bit earlier does take that little slip out of the pace. Now, I've got to ask, I've driven around the circuit more often than not compared to the two of you, but I know both of you have done the 24-hour circuit layout at least once. Having the GP circuit shortened down quite a bit after you've just gotten so used to the way its layout is, does it become a little bit more surprising that turn 1, turn 2 is a lot closer, and also the track kind of disappears where you usually would carry on straight? Cameron, from your side.
Well, when I first ran the Nürburgring layout, the combined layout of the two, I was like, okay, cool, I can break the normal. I can break the normal at the normal 50 or 100 meter board there. I can't even remember where. And surprise, surprise, I was way too slow. I had to brake earlier, or I can brake a bit earlier. Sorry, I was too fast, not too slow. And then that immediate turn left comes up so fast, it sneaks up on you, and then you immediately have to turn, and it's a very tight one. So it threw me off. I mean, the Nürburgring still throws me. It's quite strange. I'm still trying to just memorize the track, but it's such a big one, I can't get it into my head.
Well, the GP Strecke, not so much, Stephen. What bamboozles my mind a bit, if you run the whole GP circuit and then you go onto the Nordschleife, because essentially what would be the last turn on the GP circuit going right, you go left on the Nordschleife, and that bamboozles my mind a bit. You've just been on the whole track, you think, right, now we're going to take the last turn, and then, oh crap, no, we go left. We've got 25 kilometers to go before we see the start-finish line again.
A bit of a challenging one. So, a couple of cars coming out. Jakob Robler trying to get himself up and going with a little bit more pace. He did pit out. He was a bit of an earlier start, going and swapping out from Werner Skuman as we've been cycling through the grid. Ludwig Zitzman coming into the pit, so Eben Flo now getting themselves sorted. Hansi Myberg down in 15th position with Jean Leroux in 16th for our Helldivers. A bit of a talk on Hansi Myberg. He was actually starting off by himself. Originally was with a team, was meant to be driving with a team. Unfortunately, that fell through, so he is going to be lone solo for the next 16 hours of racing. Not an easy thing to do. I mean, Jonathan, you've spent a lot of time in a car and having to think about the amount of hours that's into the race, what you're having to do. I mean, isn't that a rather daunting thing as a driver, knowing that you got 15 hours 23 on the clock to try and pull it back?
Yeah, I very much doubt if Hansi's going to do the whole 15 hours odd laps left in one stint. I think he might be taking a break there. I mean, Stephen, both me and you have done 6-7 hour stints, and it does get to you after a while. The best way to approach this kind of thing is just forget about everything. Forget about how much time there's left in the race. Just take it one corner at a time. You know what they say, apex is an exit. And before you find yourself an hour, 2-3 has gone, and you've actually put in a long stint without even realizing it. Also getting into that zone. I know each driver is different, I mean, but some drivers are able to put the long stints together, yourself being one of them. I mean, what's the longest stint you've done?
6 hours, I think. For
Was,
him.
Oh.
For Steven, 6 hours or something.
No, it was 8 hours in the... Oh, what was it? Mazda MX-5 in VR at Britcar. Yes, for the Silverstone Britcar. That was 8 hours in VR at 30 frames a second. Not fun. But
ladies and gentlemen, the great Stephen Koenig. No, hats off for that one. Yo.
No, I got it. I got it hit hard enough that I think it rearranged my insides. That's why I'm able to talk so much rubbish, because what was meant to be by closer to the mouth is now to the rear, and the rear is closer to the mouth. After that hit, that is most of it.
What happened during that race was, it was a 24-hour race. That means Steven did two drivers. I did my first stint. I was totally fine when I got out of the car, and I fell ill for some odd reason. And I said to Steven, okay, I'm not feeling well, I'm just gonna lie down. And I woke up 6 hours later.
Oh boy, and then at that point Steven was like, just leave me in already. Oh boy.
No, he was in the car then for 8 odd hours. And
as I pulled in the pit, the VR headset, the Quest 2 battery was like, no, China, I'm gone. So it was, gentlemen, are you in? Are you in? Yes. Tell me where the pit box is, because I could only hear it.
Oh boy, now that's where teamwork comes in nice. And just like speaking of teams, Stephen, I'm pretty sure you mentioned earlier just regarding our PWSR, the car there. Now there's the normal usual names: Alan Patterson, Kieran Patterson, the father-son duo, and then Darren Miller. And then, of course, the surprise guest of Tyler Humphries joining in there. Normally, we would see the number 4 driver being Daniel de Villiers. It's quite interesting. I think Daniel is now on baby duty, so he can't be doing the 24 anymore. But I think we spoke earlier there regarding just these mix-up of teams, getting different drivers from different teams being pulled in. Tyler Humphrey coming from Angry Racing there. Do you think this might shake things up, having a not really slower driver, but a driver that's not experienced with how the team works? Do you think that might be something new?
He's shown himself in the first 4 hours to be able to hold his ground. A little bit of an aggressive driving style that blends more to what Kieran Patterson's driving style works, so that at least helps in terms of setup. But I think it is something for anyone to learn. The dynamics kind of change, the way you approach a team, the way you're talking to one another. It leaves everyone in a bit of uncertainty. You've got to try and, well, you've got 16 hours to make a new friend. Let's see how it's going to work for you versus others that have been racing a lot more together. They haven't got the worry. I mean, let's take in the case of the drivers pairing up. You've driven the car, you know what you can do. You know your teammate is quick and you know what he can do, but there's always a voice in the back of your head that's saying, yeah, but. There's always the yeah, but. And instead of getting that little bit of downtime, you've kind of got your one eye on the timing screen, which we do have down in the description. So ladies and gentlemen, please do head down. We do have the timing, live timing up for you guys by Pitwall. Big thank you to THT Productions on that one, going and giving us a bit of live timing. But you're always keeping an eye on it just in case. So you got your headphones on, you chucked it off to the side, speakers on, just if you can hear something going off, and someone mentioning, something's gone on with the car. You've always got that running voice that keeps your mind constantly engaged. I think the only way that you're going to be able to do it is, well, completely turning off your system and walking away into a different room that you have zero access, and don't even watch the live stream, because you're definitely going to have that on in your ear.
Stephen, just to add on what you've said, I mean, new driver joining a team. I think both me and you have had opposite side of the spectrums. We've had a new driver joining, and it upsets the whole dynamic of the team to a point where you actually dread the race. You're not looking forward to that race at all. But we've also had the other side, where we've had a new driver join a team and we immediately just gel, and it feels like we've been racing together for years.
No, that's very true. I mean, anything can happen in the world of endurance racing. That's why we enjoy it. That's why we love coming back and getting back on the circuit, race in and race out, and getting to race with our mates. Because not only that we get to finally compare the same machinery with the same setup, the same conditions, everything, you get to have a little bit of in-team rivalry, taking the case of yourself and Cameron fighting it out for who's going to get the fastest lap time. I know our drivers currently...
I still haven't forgiven him about that.
Okay, that's something else. Okay, I was about to say, I hope that I'm the second part of Janaman's statement of just getting in and gelling with the team. I'm sensing the rivalry now. That's a story that I don't know if that should be shared on the stream, Steven, because Janaman might just get angry again at me.
I still haven't forgiven you. Yeah, I still haven't forgiven him for beating me by 0.2 of a second on Sebring.
Hashtag skill issue, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, well, we're gonna have to put you guys into Nürburgring 24 to see what you can do.
At least you haven't done what Steven has done on Silverstone, so it's still cool.
Oh boy, that's a Hamilton and Verstappen story. With Steven plays Hamilton and Janaman. No wait, Steven plays Verstappen and Janaman plays Hamilton.
No, Steven
I have
was
to keep
and he put me in the wall.
I have to keep the boss happy, guys.
No, it's the other way around. It's, they say, going and copying someone is flattery. Well, I went and sent the whole flippin' love letter at one point. That's for certain.
Steven is now classified as a Hamilton fan. I think there might be a bigger inter-team rivalry popping up very soon, last year in the THT team.
Well, something to talk about is SES Days into the pits once again within the first hour of the race. The ZRC team not having the easiest time out there on the circuit. Also being a car that hasn't had much practice in a race. The first 4 hours they weren't even entered, but due to the red flag we were able to get a couple of cars back into the race and get racing once again. PWSR, that was a little bit further down the order, at one point sitting in 5th place in the first 4 hours of the race, now suddenly in 1st place with a 21.1 gap over the rest of the field. The red flag has completely changed the dynamic, and I do feel that it's also given all the teams an opportunity to see where the faults were, or where there was a little bit of a hiccup, change it up a little bit to get the guys going out and racing once again. So whether the red flag was a benefit to some cars, or even a dreading moment for other teams, I think it's really thrown the cats amongst pigeons, and it's really brought a bit of fun. I do want to talk about our solo GT2 car, the Byron Kutzer in the KTM, really giving it everything he can. So for all the points that both Devin Ellis and himself are going for as they race in the Cyberdane Motorsports KTM Expo GT2, or Crossbow GT2, the solo entrant in the GT2 class. It's something I would like to see more cars arriving as, is the GT2s to start filling up, even GT4s and TCRX cars, but the GT2s being a class that not many people know out of the SRO world, or even in certain conditions of endurance racing. A very expensive vehicle to get hold of, lots of work that's needed to it, very limited productions of any GT2 cars from the likes of the Audis, Lamborghinis, and so much more. The KTM being a very odd choice for a lot of people because it looks like a space shuttle. Lots of people complain that it just looks so futuristic, so out of shape. But I think it's really challenged what a GT car can look like. I mean, let's even take a look at the Nürburgring 4 that's coming up. There's the Brabhams Motorsport that's coming. Is it Brabhams, or is it the Acura? I think it's the Acura that's coming in. That's a modified. No?
I think it might be Acura, Stephen. I think last thing I heard was a Brabham might be pulling out from, or stopping production.
It's not a. It's one of the cars that wasn't able to continue in the IMSA series. Oh man, front of it looked like an Aston Martin, but now it's got this little Acura front. I forgot its name. Don. I'll remember it. I've got 15 hours to try and remember it. But it's good to see, you know, development of vehicles going and testing the different ideas of what the cars are. I mean, let's take a look. The Ferrari, in my personal opinion, a bit of it looks like Lamborghini, a little bit looks, the back of it is a bit confused. BMW looks like a beaver teeth front end, and I've actually seen something that looks worse than that. I mean, Lexus has made an LM500, a remake of the car, and I never knew a car could look even worse than this.
Whoa, okay. Now that's a bit of a shots fired. Now, Stephen, only you don't like this car because it's not treating you well, okay? That's the only reason.
Even
yes.
before that, the front end bothers me so. And the thing is, it worked well in ACC, it worked well in iRacing prior to the latest update. It worked well. It was this ultra reliable car you can really work with. But that's what made it so frustrating, is you've got a car that works so well, but looks like it's been designed by, well, they didn't have anything to make, you know, nice curves through the car. They used a ruler, and that was pretty much all they had to try and just get this thing all tied in. My personal opinion, not the greatest looking cars, but it does work. It does.
It does the job that is needed. I mean,
I'm waiting patiently for a certain car, and I'll continue to wait.
The Mustang.
Oh, I forgot about the Mustang.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Aston.
Oh yes, the new Aston is also coming up. I'm really hoping before Kunos decides to hang up development on this car and put it away. Oh, this game, not the car, the game, just to give us that one final wish, the one that I think I've been waiting for since 2020, the Mustang GT3. I just love it. It's a beautiful car, the Stang. And then the new Aston is also, as you mentioned there, Stephen, Janneman, it's such a nice looking car, and I haven't heard it yet, but apparently also sounds quite nice. As we see Loic finally getting that pass on Mark there. That's job well done there.
That's a position gain, and puts himself into third place. So the OKZ team getting ahead of Sick Racing. Runs out a little bit wide, loses that pace. Now Mark all over the back of him. And you guys are going on with that. What I would love to see, the car that I would love to see actually work well in GT3 racing, and I I think it's long since it's long past its expiry date, but I still would love to see it. Is the Ford GT, not the
Oh yes.
not the new one that's got the weird looking back. The old school Ford GT, where they've just taken a GT40, jacked it up a little bit, stuck a wing on the front, on the back of it, sorted out a front splitter, and just sent the thing out. And maybe, and to get it right, they also changed the analog gauge. Just, you know, give it a digital gauge so it looks newer.
Well, it still sounds amazing.
Oh, it's one of the, it's an amazing vehicle, but I think it is past its prime. But I'd love to see that make its way and get into a race. Honestly, if ACC brings out that, I would do a endurance race in ACC with that car. We'll come stone cold last, but you know what? Totally worth it.
Okay, I will go back, clip this, and I'll send it to Raggy to pass it on to the dev team there, Stephen. But I mean, I can't argue with that. The GT40, one of the best sports cars ever developed, and by two genius motor racing enthusiasts in terms of Carroll Shelby and Ken Miles. I love it. If you want to keep me talking for hours, talk about the Ford versus Ferrari movie, and I will not stop talking about it. Beautiful car, and you might not like the new rendition, Steven, but I actually like it. It's a beautiful car, both for endurance racing and on track.
I'm going to ruin it for you. If you put
here we go.
If you put the car on its nose and you have the back end sitting up, it looks like you're holding a checkers packet. Tell me I'm wrong.
It's not going to ruin it for me though.
Go and put cool drinks in a plastic packet. Hold the plastic packet, and you'll see that the handles do the exact same shape.
I'm gonna change the subject and mention something else.
Oh boy, here we go.
On the screen, a little bit earlier, we saw the Porsche GT3.
992.
Now the 992, the new one. Now, Steve will know, for anybody that has raced the Porsche GTE, how disappointing does this GT3 Porsche sound?
Here's a little background. Hianeman loves the GTE.
Oh, I love it. That Porsche GTE.
And loved the Porsche Cup car sound, but unfortunately, when it came to this GT3,
they said no.
Well, when you've got a mechanical wine that just isn't getting any better, it's like a drone. It's like the BMW drone. By hour 4, hour 5, you're already trying to figure out how to go and put the radio on, in my personal opinion.
Okay, but I wonder if our production crew can just quickly jump on board on this car and let's just listen to that beautiful sound of that turbo. It does compare to the one on RaceFace.Pro that we know about, but it's still such a nice sound. I would drive to that turbo one for hours.
It will be a nice sound for you until you get into a GT.
Okay. So this is going to be a debate that's going to happen, and we will have to settle it sometime. I don't think we are going to share a GTE car soon in any future. But no, I mean this car.
There is a certain endurance race coming up where I said GTE.
And I said LMDH. And there's only one place you can test a GTE car, and that's Le Mans. That's the only one. I mean, Nürburgring has its perks. It's nice, it's big, but the pinnacle of endurance racing for me, Le Mans 24 hours.
Alright, so
fight me on it.
Le Mans is a good one. I give you that. It is a good one. I would have to go and throw in sure. Well, what's the name of that? East London as one of the best enduro circuits, and that is
local track.
East London. For anyone that hasn't been there, it's definitely a circuit well visiting. It's got a very, very long history. At one point, East London was actually longer than the Nordschleife 24-hour circuit. It was 32 kilometers long and was classed as a Grand Prix circuit that raced through the entire of East London. It's now a lot smaller than it is now. Incredible track, fastest you're ever going to go in South Africa, but also a circuit that really just is the ultimate sights and sounds. And when you're chasing your fellow competitor, whether you're a GT3 car, whether you're a slower car like a city Golf or a jumbo Golf that has been converted in for racing, as you come down the hill, you just see the coast ahead of you. I mean, that just already wants to draw you in and say, hey, listen, you've really just made it.
Well, it sounds beautiful.
But Steve, you spoke of racetracks so fast, and let's chat a bit about racing cars of the past. I mean, not taking anything away from these GT3 cars, they're absolute brilliant machinery. We spoke a little bit about GTE cars, the older class that the GT3 will be replacing now at Le Mans. But the older racing cars, I mean, we did a race recently in the Audi GTO. I mean, everybody will remember the Audi GTOs from the late 80s, early 90s. There was so much going on in that car that you know, on straights you had to look at heat, you had to look at boost, you can't gear them down. Oh, a little bit of sideways there. But you can't gear them down too quickly because there's no ref limiters on the stuff. You can blow engines and those kind of stuff. I mean, something feels they don't make them like they used to. You feel alive when you drive those type of cars.
Well, the one thing if we're talking about the histories, is we see Julian Reino going and pushing the limits a little bit too far. GT3s actually came in when GT1s and GT2s were around. Now, GT1, GT2s were actually replaced the Group C prototypes because the Group Cs were getting too fast, and they were also becoming more and more expensive. And a lot of a lot of people that want to buy cars, they could never get hold of this prototype sports car. So that's where the GT1s came into play. It was meant to be a shadow of a car that you can go and purchase from the road, just in race trim. GT1 became very expensive. They also started getting faster and faster with more aero, bigger kits, and more smarter equipment put into them. They created the GT2 class, which is a little bit more budget friendly and has a little bit less of the smarter tech inside it to make it get going, and that you're able to pull your way up through the ranks. It's good beginner class, but once again, those two classes started outpricing themselves. So there was a very clever chap that went and thought back, and he said, hang on, we're going to enter, how's this, within a Class X to originally start off, and it was actually into the GT3s. It was the formulation of the GT3s, where there's a tighter homologation, there is more BOP that is implemented, there is a cost cap that's implemented, and there is a certain amount of cars that have to be produced to be counted as a GT3, which would stop your one-make prototypes coming in, such as your Mercedes sports car, and many others coming in and just having these shells of a GT car on this prototype. So your GT1s and GT2s eventually developed into GTEs, which we knew ran for quite some time. Unfortunately, outpriced themselves. GT3s has become more widely adopted to go in and have a bit of fun. The GT2 class died off with the GT1s until recent. Within around about 2010, there was a resurgence of making these more modified GT3 cars. Guys wanted to go faster. They wanted to have a little bit more aero. They wanted to go and really send it. So they started modifying the GT3 cars, which the GT2s have come back into the fray, and it's allowed new names like KTM to step into the world and make something that's a little bit more of a exotic sports car. I know it's a bit weird to say that, but it is a bit more of an exotic sports car. And get them racing once again. GT3s going and replacing what we knew as DTM. DTM is now just GT3 racing. GTEs is now gone. GTD and GT3 LM coming into place. So GT3 is more widely adopted, more cost effective, and let's be honest, you go and see one of these cars, then you go and watch, you go on the road and you see a McLaren or a Ferrari 296 driving down the road, you can just picture it with a wing, and it's already going, I want this car if I win the big money bucks.
But
Yeah.
look at, you mentioned the GTEs. I mean, GTEs also outpriced themselves, and that's one of the reasons why they're getting replaced by the GT3s at Le Mans. Because you can literally buy 2 GT3 cars for the price of 1 GTE car.
Yeah, it's about motor racing is not just about now pushing the limits of man and machine, especially endurance. It's also about just trying to save a buck. How it can make racing a bit more accessible for everyone. And
Anybody, literally anybody, if you have enough money, you can go and buy a GT3 car from the manufacturer.
I mean, look at okay, Patrick Dempsey is an actor. We know that, and for those who not know, go watch Grey's Anatomy. He plays Dr. McDreamy, apparently.
He was called Dr. McDreamy, and do you know that there was actually a problem with it because he got fired from, there was a dispute in Grey's Anatomy, and they got rid of his character in one of the worst ways I could possibly think. They killed off the character.
Yep.
And they really didn't skimp on the leading into it. So due to a creative dispute in Grey's Anatomy, and that was also just as he started his racing career in a GT version of a Mazda RX-8 that got homologated into a GT3. So we did have a rotary GT3 at one point, racing with, well, you little bit of that. Was its reliability there? It's a rotary.
Well, other than Patrick Dempsey being one of the famous names, being able to make it, I'm specifically talking now about Le Mans, for example. We've also had he's Irish and he plays the young Magneto. I can't remember his name, but I watched one of his shows, this documentary on his road to Porsche, to be a Porsche driver. And then also, these are not the famous guys, but now look at Ben Keating. He's a guy who started racing. He's a car dealer. I think he won with 3 different manufacturers in the GTE AM class. He had Porsche, Porsche, the Ford when they still had their customer teams before they cancelled support for the customer teams, and then he got moved over to the Chevy Corvette C8R squad, where he won with a factory team there. This guy has a lot of money, and now I think he also mentioned sometime earlier that with the move to GTEs, it's a bit more easier for other people who aren't always able to do the GTE races now to also run Le Mans, fulfill dreams, and be able to run them.
So we're going to make a GT3 City Golf, guys. It's decided.
Yes.
That's it.
We represent everybody now.
I've got a Chico Golf. It's a 1300. Let's make it a GT3. Just saying.
I've got a Suzuki Swift. We can convert that also if you want to.
No. We need a tow car. We need a car to chuck the tools in because there's too many tools and you've overpacked. Then you need your race car, and then you need the tow car for the other tow car that broke down because you didn't check its oil because you put all the oil in the race car, because that's every penny that was put into the City Golf.
Okay, well, that's interesting. But I'm sorry, I'm fascinated by this car, the sound of this KTM. It brings back so many memories of the old LMP1s. Or I think it's the outside.
Well, the inside pretty much gives you the same feel, a very tight, narrow cockpit. And one thing about KTM that's taken a bit of an interesting turn is making a very enclosed cockpit, much like the KTM crossbow that many people have gotten to know and love. That was actually built as a track car to verse the likes of not any other thing except the aerial atom at the time. So it was to combat the aerial atom. It was KTM's first time getting into it. Then they made the GT4 KTM crossbow, where you could actually have the canopy cockpit coming from the fighter pilot. But then you have got the likes of the GT2 taking that cockpit where it all jacks up. In turn, it did have a problem last year where it caught fire. The guy was able to open the canopy up to get out. It was a little bit more difficult to get out of the car instead of a door that you used to. You got to now try and chuck this canopy forward to climb out the top of it. But I do want to go and point something rather interesting that none of the other GT3 cars that are racing have, that this KTM has. And I'm going to start off with one, the Ferrari. Take a look. Can you see anything in the Ferrari on the outside of the Ferraris?
Rear view camera.
No. If you look, there's a rear view camera there. Let's go to, there is hybrid racing pulling into the bits. Let's go into the Bentley. If we can get on board, take a look around, other than the seats in the right place, not the wrong place. Can see anything? No? On the outside? No?
No?
Go back to the KTM. Well, it's got an aircon, right?
No. Specifically, look at the doors. You've got a screen left and right of each doors. The reason for that, GT3s, GT2s, and GT4s, all the cars have to have rear view mirrors by FIA rule. You have to have side mirrors on your car. You're not allowed to have no side mirrors, even if it's pointless. The KTM does have side mirrors, very small on the car, so it fits within the rules, but they've also narrowed it out to the absolute minimum that it has to be, the width of the mirror and the length of the mirror to the minimum, and also given it a sharp shape that it fits within the rules, but does next to nothing because the driver can't actually see it properly. He can see it just enough to pass FIA testing, but not enough to use it in a race. So they've actually used cameras with a little bit closer within the arches, that if you lift the canopy up, you can still see behind you perfectly. And those cameras also nowadays have a little bit of tracking in them, so you can see as a car moves into view, it gives you how close that car is. So not only that the center screen shows you how close a car is and where they're moving left and right, now your side mirrors work as it. Essentially, you've got a radar built into your car. And that was KTM's development, what was originally thrown out by BMW, having the camera system in the car, but unfortunately where the driver was positioned, he couldn't quite see it. The KTM's more lie down approach, more hypercar, closer to what a hypercar is for anyone now, or an LMP1 of old. You're lying a lot more down in a single seater approach. You can actually see those screens a lot better out of your peripheral vision, and you never have to worry about it getting too bright, because as the lights hit it for your opponents, they're driving right behind you, it can change the ISO in the cameras to actually take away a lot of that shine, so you can still have a clear vision on your competitors around you, versus a standard mirror that, let's be honest, when you're driving in traffic and someone turns their brights on, you can't see a darn thing.
And you get kind of mad. But yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of like a nice little cheat way there, Stephen. I mean, it's not so, yeah, it's a nice little cheat there, but as you were talking about the KTM and all its nifty little features, Um, Byron Kutzer there decided to jump the gun, get off the pit limiter a bit early, thinking that the pit lane ends earlier because it's a Nordschleife. Sorry, still the same pit exit, and got slapped with a stop go 30. Now he has 3 laps to serve that. That's about, yeah, well, 3 laps of 8 minutes long. That's quite some time. He can really push it with a stop go 30. And a penalty, well, something that significant doesn't really have a big impact, I believe, especially on such a long circuit as Nordschleife.
Yeah, no, it's... You say it might not affect you, but 30 seconds now goes and compounds the issue later on, in my personal opinion. I've found that a penalty that you've kind of thrown away now changes out your strategy, because when you had exactly 8 stops in a race, you're now doing 7.8. That extra point coming out because you had that extra pit stop, or you've just going to miss it by a lap because of that 30 seconds does lean into it. But also another factor is it's 30 seconds closer to your competitors behind you,
Which can be a bit problematic at the end there. Well, I understand your point there. Well, yeah, well, luckily still in the race, and both you and Yanaman know a penalty can either play in your favor or not. We've had our fair shares of them during Enduros, but yes, well, it's not Byron Kutzer anymore in the KTM. There is Devin Ali, so they decided to switch drivers, put Devin in, and have him have a run at the Nordschleife there. You were making that KTM scream as it goes around the corners there. I'm sorry about that sound. It's just so beautiful. I'm going to say it. It beats the Porsche GT3.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that beats the Porsche GT. But, ladies and gentlemen, my time has come to say goodbye. It's that time of the evening.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Good to hear from your voice once again, and congratulations on your racing this evening in the TCRs.
Oh, same to you. Well done to Cameron for his second place in that second race. Some awesome podium stuff, and I'll chat to you guys again soon, and all the best for all the competitors for the remaining 14 hours and 46 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. That was Yanaman Price from Team Heat Together coming and joining in after his run in the race. Good to have him out there, and good to be showing off a bit of fun. Cameron, lots going on at the moment. Let's run through the running order though. We have got PWSR out in first place. Second is OKZ Endurance Team, followed by Luxury Time Racing in third. Fourth place is Slick Racing, Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro in fifth. And moving a bit further down, we have got Team Tryhard Bandits in sixth place. True Racing in seventh. 8th place is Venom Nords. Moving into 9th place is our KSR Endurance Team. 10th place is the Pandacity Infiltrate 1, along with ZRC out in 11th place. Ruan Sulius behind the wheel, taking the wheel over from SES days. Team Kerygma Racing in 12th. 13th place is the Pandacity Infiltrate 2, and we're getting chased down by Hansi Myberg in the Team Tryhard RaceFace. He is our solo entrant in the team. Ebb and Flow, Ludwig Zetman running in 15th position. Jean Leroux of the Helldivers going for Super Earth, lying in 16th position. Era 404, still going to try everything he can. One retirement out of the race, and that was our Delta Negative, fortunately out of the running. Our leader into the pits, Kieran Patterson, now getting his pit stop done and dusted after 9 laps. Will he be changing over to another driver? We'll have to find out whether he's going to hand over to Alan Patterson or Tyler Humphreys or even Miller going and getting in behind the wheel. We'll have to see that when he gets back out after a full refuel and a change of tires. That is for certain. Loic Randabel, though, will be going and pulling in the pits as well, so the OKZ team trying to follow the pit stops a little bit. And also I think fuel's starting to come into the frame a bit of who will be able to carry that extra little bit of fuel to the end.
Listen, absolutely, Stephen. It's still a strategy of who can save that little bit extra, just to like try and skip that stint at the end, and it's interesting to see the strategy. So it's good. It's well, we're 1 hour 15 minutes into the restart after we had a red flag. It is getting to get night, and now, ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna probably know I'm gonna would have said this earlier in multiple races or enduros. This is where the beauty really comes to life of any track and these cars. Having those headlights coming down towards you with the camera facing them, and just in the middle of the night, the high beams. It is a sight to see. You just see a white wall, and you see cars dotting in and out behind another. This, for me personally, is one of the my favorite times of racing.
It's going to be a challenging one for all our drivers, I think, as drivers are starting to make their way around. Everyone's starting to get a little bit more worn out, a little bit tired. Yellow flags ablaze, though, for Alan Patterson, who's now behind the wheel. As we cut over to Kilian Rayner, lying in 8th place, making his way through the carousel. You can see getting a little bit upset as the car lifts up underneath him. Under braking, so the drivers really pushing the boundaries now, starting to get a little bit tired. A lot of these drivers actually haven't gotten much rest during our downtime, our red flag that we had. Now, we had a lot of people going and worrying about the red flag and saying, but how does that affect the race? Let's go and take a look at back the history of Nordschleife. I mean, they've red flagged races because there was more than enough hail that cars could not continue. Even had cars stuck on the circuit where there was just immense amount of hail. The bottom end of the circuit by the Strecker circuit was broad daylight, not a problem up at any problem. Top end of Nordschleife, though, top of the hill, unfortunately had a whole lot of hail and cars parked because they just couldn't get the drive. It was like driving on snow at that point. We've also had where the fog comes down and it becomes too dangerous for any car to carry on. I mean, these are little things that happens as time goes on, and that you've got to be well aware of when you're in a race like this, of who's going to be able to push themselves that little bit more as the race continues. But a red flag doesn't mean that it's game over and you throw in the towel. It's not one that you lose your tempo or lose your cool on it. You've got to just really think of how that is going to work out for you. I see Loic has climbed out of the car. He's going to be quite happy with his stint, and looking over at the pit wall, he seems to be quite happy with the rest of the team. He's quite excited about that one, which is absolutely grand to see. Now, Cameron, we do have two things that are coming in play. We can interview our drivers and teams in our interview room out here in the Discord, but we also are allowing the drivers to send in a voice note that we can play to get a bit of insight to everyone. As you see a bit of side-by-side action as LaRue trying to get past Ruan Cilios as he goes and straight lines it at the moment. And Ruan, moving out of the way, gets immediately back into the tow to pull himself along. So there is ways we get to chat to the different drivers, but out on track, we got nose to tail racing for Jean LaRue and the likes of Ruan Cilios of ZRC, the Helldivers versus the ZRC community. But it looks like LaRue a little bit more comfortable, late braking down into second gear, understeer coming into play there as he tries to carry the momentum, and that has allowed Cilios to immediately get onto the back of him. Now, Helldivers is trying to claw their way out of the bottom running of the order. They are currently being blue flagged, but they are a little bit quicker. So they're still trying to claw their way up through the order. Not going to be an easy run, considering you have got the ZRC team immediately pressing onto the back of them, trying to get past.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's good to see that that John is that the Helldivers team is busy fighting back, trying to claw back the positions they lost and the laps. But it's also key to important to note there how Ruan Cilios has decided, rather, instead of fighting and keeping them behind and losing and using up tires that can maybe give him a bit of an extra boost at the end of his stint, to just rather let him by, use the slipstream, lift and coast, save some fuel, extend that stint as best as they possibly can, and then just go from there. I mean, again, Stephen, there's no point in fighting drivers at this early stage of the race. I mean, yes, we're almost halfway into a 24 hours here, but it's also still wise, rather, instead of fighting, just be patient. And yes, you might be laps ahead. No point in fighting. If they're faster, rather let them go.
Not often I get to hear you saying that. And
Oh, come on.
I've got to say, you know, it's not often, but it's good to hear. It is really good to hear. So, Ruan, going and taking the approach, he's now down into 9th position and is trying to gain a little bit of time. Now, I want to talk about the father-son duo, Alan Patterson, Kieran Patterson, all behind the wheel. We've seen the two team up quite a bit, but we've also got two different drivers in that. Taking a look at the lineup that is in the car, we have got mostly pro drivers, with Alan Patterson being the only pro-am driver in the team, making his way around. Do you think the pressure is on Alan to try and perform and get a little bit closer to the drivers ahead of him, or do you think it's more of take a breath, just let them do what they need to do, and you keep your pace going?
Well, Stephen, I can actually answer that from experience there. I know, before there was only the one team. Yeah, Alan used to run the Pro-Am entry with Darren Miller and Keegan Sanderson. I believe they ran a Kyalami race, Enduro, last year. And Alan's approach is a simple one, a very plain, simple one. Get the car across the line. He will just carry on his tasks. He will fill the gap that's needed. Give the faster guys a proper rest. Let them take their break, get watered, get fed, and just don't try and bend the car. Of course, accidents does happen, and sometimes he makes a little mistake. But Alan is one of those that you can rely on, a consistent driver, to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Well, not nothing is wrong, but just get the car into the race so the faster drivers can get can carry it on. But the father-son duo, a very well-known one to many of us in the ACC community, PWs, are founded by Alan there as a platform for Kieran to build and grow there. But this will also it also was a launching platform pretty much for other drivers. Most notably will be Cody Sherritt, who's now part of the Genesis team. So it's a good, the PWSR brand is associated with great drivers, greatness pretty much there, and they are performing well. So having them teaming up again just shows that even though he has Alan as his alien drivers and the fast guys, he is still willing to glove up, get in the car, and do these enduros. He doesn't care how fast he is. Yes, he wants to be faster, but he doesn't care how fast he is. He just enjoys racing with the sun.
I think where you brought up of he'll glove up and take the opportunity of, okay, I've got to do this for the betterment. Listen, if you're the team owner and you can still get in and race, well, sod you, I'm going to get in and go race. You know, it's... You want
boot a driver out of his seat and say, bye, I'm driving.
Well, that's it. I mean, we've got quite a few teams that are like that, where the team principal is behind the wheel and having a bit of fun. But I do want to see if we can get Jason Farmer to the interview commentary. He's actually finished up. He's done for the night. He will be taking over come tomorrow as into the early hours. So Jason Farmer going and giving a bit of insight there. And I'd love to actually have an interview with him and get his thoughts on how the race has been so far, especially on the Nordschleife circuit. Having the red flag as well does kind of change the ball game of everything. And for a reasonably, well, a new circuit to the world of ACC, setting the car up, especially the Ferrari 296 that was this ultra reliable car, now you've got to have a setup that is completely different just because of the undulations and camber changes. So Jason Farmer, I'm calling you out. Now I know that you with Luxury Time Racing, but it's time to get the sports watch on and get your backside this side for a bit of a chat.
Yeah, you slap on that Rolex and come have a chat with us. It's
Rolex, no, forget it. I want the Garmin. It means it's going faster. You know, don't want to sit with the the slow, getting the comfortable one. I want pace here. I want to see what the get those steps in. You want to get the runs in. And I want you.
I wanted to roast you so bad regarding pace there, but I'm not gonna do that because we're very early in the stream, and Steven knows too many Dark Sixes about myself, so I would rather play it safe for now.
Interesting time ahead. Venom Nords, Dean Dupreez now ahead of Devin Ellis in the GT2, so the GT3 not having a good pull away, and now you've got a bit of a challenging run going on. A big thank you to my mom actually bringing in drinks. Thank you, appreciate it. Wow, it's always good when the family's looking after you like that. But we've got our GT2. Devin Ellis is going to definitely have straight line, has a lot more power underneath him that can get a little bit more pace, and as you can see, making a bit short work of the Ferrari as he gets past Dean in a straight line and starts opening up a vast gap. He doesn't have to do much other than keep the throttle down and, well, let the horsepower do all the work talking for him and get going. Interesting to see. I never noticed that there's actually a QR code down the main straight to the Fanatic website.
That's not Fanatic, Steven. It
It
was
is-
actually...
Oh, Dean missing the corner out. He's able to slow the car, but had to change the color of his shorts. It is Fanatic. I actually scanned it, and it took me to the Fanatic homepage where it was telling me about the DD1 and the CSL DD.
Interesting.
Great advertising. Only problem is to do that at 320 k's an hour to haul out your phone, whether you're in a sim, whether you're in real life, it just seems like a bad idea.
Well, yeah, it's never good. Don't text and drive, ladies and gentlemen. It's never good. I've heard some people scanned it, for example, like Jody, and it took them to the rumored Assetto Corsa Evo, the AC2, as many of us have dubbed it. It's the successor for ACC, and it's well-known moddable AC.
There's two. There's
But
one
that
that
explains to you I've never been around the ACC Nordschleife version just yet.
there's one that takes you to the Assetto Corsa Evo trailer, and then there's another one that takes you through to Fanatic. I scanned the one now, and it took me through to Fanatic because I was curious. So I saw it in the first 4 hours. I was like, hang on, let me go back and take a look at it. We've actually got one of our first interviews lining up. The first person to take the stage and is not shy. We're going to bring in Michael Donaldson to come and have a chat to us. Michael Donaldson, welcome to the commentary box. Good to have you here and putting in a phenomenal drive. How has the track been for you? We've seen, like Henry Plitz at the moment's discovered that the walls are a little bit closer than planned. But for you, you've had a great run out there. You've been putting out some great times in terms of practice. But now that it's time to put pen to paper, it's time to put pedal to the metal, it is the race on. What's your thoughts so far of this circuit?
Well, I've yet to drive after the restart, but my first stint actually went really well. And then just before the red flag, I put in the wall for 5 minutes of damage.
Oh, that leans into a bit of a problem. Now, the team dynamic. Take us through your team. The selection of drivers. Why did you team up with the drivers that you are currently with? Is there any reason in terms of pace? Is there any reason in terms of driving styles, fuel usages? What was the reason for your driver lineup that you are currently with? And please explain to the viewers in terms of that as well.
Yeah, so myself and Loic have been racing together since like F1. And him and I have been wanting to do an endurance race together for a while now. So when it came to the 24-hour announcements, I hit Loic up and was like, do you want to do it together? And then see, let's compare the paces, and then sure thing. So we decided to go through together, and initially it was supposed to be myself, Loic, Tristan, Peter, and then sorry, I forgot the last guy's name. Forgive me.
Big makes
So
Tristan, correct?
so he was he
Yeah.
was that far off the pace that you even forgot the name. I mean, come on, Michael, that's a little bit harsh. Eh?
No, it's not that
Gee
he was
whiskers.
far off the pace. Just he hasn't driven today, so he hasn't really been in the Discord. That's it.
Shots
Red
fired
Red
at
Art.
14. Shots fired at 14 hours 29 minutes. You've got to share the castle with them, there, Michael. You have to be
Yeah,
careful there.
Don't let them know. Don't let them know, please.
Well,
Yeah, but at the moment, Loic put in a brilliant first stint. I mean, outstanding, absolutely stellar. He was going faster than he was in the first part of the race, and the consistency was off the charts. And we put Tristan in the car, and unfortunately, Tristan had a bit of a lag stutter at just the wrong moments and nicked the wall a bit, so he just needed to pit and fix up a small bit of damage. But now Tristan's back on the track and so far going really well. I'm up next, and then it's Bernard, and then you only see me 8 hours.
Well, I've got to ask a question. I mean, this circuit itself being a little bit of a departure from the usual racing. Oh, as we see Tristan in the wall. Okay, well, I'm going to let you go out the box because I'm sure that pretty much just...
That might be me in the car.
All right. Well, you go do what you need to do. That's a bit broken. We'll have a chat to you later, Michael Donaldson. Thank you very much.
Guys in a bit. That's just unfortunate time. Cheers, guys.
Yes, and all the best there, Michael. I mean, Stephen, now this is a question I brought up. 5 minutes of damage, where people, I've spoken to some drivers where unfortunately the car won't fire, and we have some amazing marshals alongside the track and towing services that the car just immediately goes back to the pits, and 5 minutes damage, and then it just goes gone. It's by in a matter of seconds.
It's because we replace majority of the parts in the car.
As it gets towed back. Yes.
Yeah, you got a toolbox to start undoing the bits and pieces. I've actually seen that before. There was a case, early 2000s. Guys had a case like that. It was onto a flatbed, and they got it off the circuit, and it was heading around the back of the pits trying to get back to the main pits, and the driver actually hopped out the car, and he had a 13 spanner, and he was already starting to undo the master cylinder and all that off the front of the single seater because he knew he had a couple of spares left in the toolbox. So while on the back of the flatbed, he's busy undoing all the brake cylinders and all that, trying to get it ready. So by the time they pull it off the flatbed, they can have it out and going once again. Not advisable to do because all it needs is one late brake or one sudden brake and you go flying off the flatbed. But you gotta work on where you can.
I mean, drivers, they're not just drivers these days anymore, Stephen. They are... if you drive for Ferrari, and especially the F1 team, you're strategists also. But they are drivers, they are mechanics also at the same time having to go and know what to change if they can't get the car back fired up to get back in time. So they do have to go and change something by the side of the road. We've seen it. I will talk a lot about Le Mans because it's one of the first races I've ever watched, where, for example, the Nissan Delta Wing, where they were racing that, the car broke down and the guy pulled into...
The first Delta Wing, that was eliminated. Honestly, you've never seen me so cross when suddenly I see a LMP2 car eliminate.
Drop its nose off.
It just behind the safety car out of all things. It's like, no, why did you?
It's the worst thing. Yeah, I was screaming at my TV, and I was when I was very, very young, in my early teens. I mean, now for our viewers, if you do not know what the Nissan Delta Wing is, do yourself a favor, go and Google it. It's literally, it looks like a tricycle. Well, it's 3 wheels. However, the front wheels, it's 4 wheels, but it looks like it has 3. The front wheels are combined. They're side by side to one another, basically. A very short front axle. And that thing, it was amazing. There was the Nissan Delta Wing, the first edition, and then there was the Nissan Delta Wing Ziot, I believe. Ziot or whatever.
And then
they cancelled it.
There was the Nissan, and then there was also... made by Panos, which was the same thing. Now that is actually one of the most controversial cars in recent history, because due to a court case dispute, that entire patent to have that car racing, it is not allowed to be manufactured anymore, and no manufacturer is allowed to do it. The only cars in existence at current are the only ones that are allowed to exist. You can't even build a replica of that car without suffering the hands of court, because there was such a dispute with Don Panos and Nissan over that design and that car, and that they landed up with two different versions of that car. As Don Panos created his own version for IMSA racing, while Nissan had it for WEC racing, and then they'll go through the court battle. You're not allowed doing it at all anymore. It's like playing Stairway to Heaven in a music shop. It's just a no-go for any guitar player, for anyone that enjoys music. Go and look up the court cases to Stairway to Heaven and go and see why you're actually not allowed to play that in a music store. They will stop you. They will physically walk up and stop you from playing that song, because it has been such a nasty court case that came together for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you play Stairway to Heaven, then as somebody records that can be quite damaging for everybody. But just a little something. So I think Nissan had 4 entries, I believe, into endurance racing. So it's a 2 Delta Wing variants. The second one of the first one that got wrecked by the LMP2. The car had some issues there, so he pulled it into behind the barrier and literally had a small toolkit pulled out and tried to fix best what he can. Unfortunately, he had to call it. I still remember seeing him just...
He didn't have a toolkit with him.
He didn't have the... No, he had the toolkit, he just didn't have the correct part. Was it?
No. He was in the wall and radioing back. He was still connected. If you go and look it up, you'll see there is a mechanic that drove down in his car and was passing the tools through the fence, because you're not allowed racing with a toolbox. You have to have you have to have enough space to put a passenger in a prototype, even the LDMH. It has to be enough place to put a passenger in the car, or even a small toolbox, so you're not allowed being dead center of the car. And
they can carry some parts, some tools.
You're allowed to carry tools, but that they weren't.
Bare minimums, yeah.
They weren't. That's the thing. The car wasn't. There is footage of it being handed over to the driver. Now, I do want to bring up something, because we've got the Hybrid Racing Pro currently in 16th place, 2 laps down on the rest of the field. This was a car that was in the top 3.
Yeah, he was fighting out with Mark Henneberry and the Ferrari of Michael Donaldson we just had in the pits. Yes, and it's unfortunately we've seen Mark be back into second there, but I think they suffered a disconnect there, Stephen, and now they're busy fighting back, and it's welcome to enduro racing. Anything can happen. You might be in the lead next moment. You might be suffering some mechanical failure.
Yeah, and someone is going to put their hand through a monitor rather quickly, or a VR headset has just learned how to get a little bit of airtime. That is for certain. Gutting blow for the Hybrid Racing Pro team, but now they need to really dig in deep and go and give it everything they got. They got Tianis Buerta behind the wheel. Tianis Buerta, a Pro-Am driver who is now working on the consistency pace. We had Mr. Duplessis originally in the car, and he was doing a fine job towards the front, having a good fight with the likes of Mark Henry of Slick Racing in the Bentley that we were keeping an eye on at one point of the race. And also in the first 4 hours, the first 4 hours of the race, they landed up having a great run, but unfortunately disconnection issues has come into play once again. Those gremlins that can sneak up on you and cause a bit of a problem, but that has promoted the likes of LTR up into third place, and has also given more and more spacing for the likes of Mark Hanbury and Alan Patterson, but it's also, we've had the flip where we saw the ominous gaming team, the OKZ car, landing up with a bit of a problem. Kieran Patterson, who has climbed out of the car, going and talking to us from the pit wall, going and saying, did we notice the fog that was lifting it up as it disappears? No, unfortunately not, because I've got a potato of a PC, I will say that one. The hamster is running as fast as it can.
Mondre.
And it does like Mordre. It's currently having a moment. So unfortunately, didn't get to see the fog, but I'm well aware that it becomes rather interesting to go through. Speaking of such, we do have a driver that was in the car and was listening to his fellow teammates. Let's bring up Loic Randabel to come and have a bit of a chat with us. Loic Randabel, welcome to the commentary box. Good to have you here, and a bit of an exciting time for you because you were in the car, you had a phenomenal run, you handed over to Tristan, who we heard had a little bit of a stutter. You were able to keep him going, but then all of a sudden landed in the wall. Then a unscheduled driver change with Michael Donaldson jumping into the car. Oh, I mean, tell us what's going through the pit lane there, because I'm sure there's lots of discussions amongst all the drivers, amongst the team, of what exactly has just gone on with the race and what's the implications for the endurance going forward.
So, let me start with what the hell happened. First things first. Well, we already saw when Michael was being interviewed, Tristan, kind of got into the wall. That was because of stuttering. It happened again after he repaired for damage and was on another outlap. He just, the corner Michael's currently going into, the Bravery corner, he kind of just lost oh my god.
Oh.
It's minimal, it's fine, it's minimal. It's not that bad. But yeah, so there as well, Tristan got some stutters, which wasn't too ideal. Wasn't too ideal at all, but yeah, so now Tristan's going to get his PC, because he's running on his brother's PC, change it out, drive on that PC, and reduce the amount of stutters that he's getting, because he's absolutely fed up. So during that time, Michael's got to take his shift, and then Tristan's going to go take Michael's shift. But because of how early the driver stop was, well, we're going to have to do another stop at some point very early on. Well, very late on, sorry. And yeah, that's kind of what's going on. I'm not in the car for another 3 hours or so, so yeah.
You're going to sit back, kick back, relax, and...
it's not relaxing.
Just watch the race. Now, I'm going to ask, with the red flag that came out in the beginning of this Nordschleife 24-hour, that kind of changed up everyone's strategies, the plans, when people are driving, and also to keep everyone's head in the game. What was the discussions going on to say, okay, how are we altering our plan to fit with the race now developing from a 24-hour into a 15-hour race after the red flag delay?
So, we've maintained schedule, actually. We basically picked up where we left off on timing and scheduling, except I'm the one who replaces the driver, and then whoever's next after that normally takes that car. So, yeah, we also did a bit of extra scheduling because Michael wanted to do an extra stint, so we got, well, Bernard decided, oh yeah, Michael, take my stint, and then I'll do the stint after you. So, it so far so good. We're chilling. Yeah, it didn't really alter our plans too much. It's more the collisions and boxing and unscheduled driver changes that's kind of messing us up at the moment.
Was there any changes to the car during that downtime? A little bit of work onto the suspension?
Absolutely not. Just the tire pressures.
Just the tire pressures, okay.
Just the tire pressures. The car's been feeling good. The car felt good since the beginning. I mean, I will say that my first stint after the red flag was a lot better than the first stint at the actual start of the race, considering I don't end up with 2 minutes of damage in the end. But yeah, overall, it's been good. Well, so far, good enough. I'm obviously gonna accept that, yes, the others, well, even me, I could crash and the others will crash. It is literally called the Green Hell for a reason. It is a very, very difficult circuit with over 100 corners. So Yeah, I mean, if anyone bins it, I mean, they'll say sorry, and I mean, for us, it's whatever. Our goal is just to finish the race.
It's definitely going to be a fun one. Like, thank you so much. That's everything from my side. Cameron, anything you would like to ask?
Well, I think you pretty much covered everything there, Stephen. I just had a bit of a chuckle there with the reference to the green hull there. Now, imagine if that damage sustained by Tristan was a bit more than 5 minutes, I would say. I think Stephen and myself experienced what? I think Stephen at one point experienced what? 48 hours worth of damage. Not in this sim, but not in this sim, luckily. But imagine now that little shunt there. How would that, with all of these knocks going about? I mean, we've seen Michael unfortunately having a bit of an accident now, and before that, we've seen Tristan hit the wall quite hard there. How do you think this will be impacting your drivers, the mentality going forward, and what the drivers might be starting to get some fear?
It's more them being irritated at themselves, honestly. And how we approach that is just, you know what? It doesn't matter if you crash, so long as you're able to keep going, finish your stint, stay on the black stuff. It's fine. It's all we need. It doesn't matter about pace. It doesn't matter about anything. Yeah, sure, I brought us from 9th to 2nd in my first stint, but at the same time. In the end, in the long term, it doesn't matter.
Was that
blazed, bragging.
No, that wasn't bragging. That was hashtag humble. That was totally hashtag humble. I brought it from 9th to 2nd. Very humble.
And it doesn't matter.
Hashtag Hamilton.
It doesn't matter.
Well, Logan, it's been an absolute honor having you in the commentary box. We look forward to hearing the stories a little bit on about the team and how it's all going out there. Gonna get you back to the team to go and find out, and I'm sure to have a little bit of discussion with your driver that went
on the wall tap. It's 14 hours left to go. It's a long race still, so yeah.
Well, in turn, he did chirp when you were driving, just to do a mistake as well and collar it into the wall. I think you've got
It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes.
Okay, I thought there was going to be a little. Sorry, what did you say with your chirp again?
I don't care.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you, Loic.
You just gave me a heart attack.
Yeah.
Michael just gave me a heart attack. You'll see now. Anyways.
Oh, we already saw it.
Yeah, I forgot that YouTube is delayed, not you guys. Anyways, yeah, thank you for the interview. I will be back later. Ciao, ciao.
Look forward to chatting to you again.
Enjoy comms.
Thank you. It's always interesting, and I know that we had Mr. Duplessis going and waiting to have a chat. So, Mr. Duplessis, Magic Waven, feel free to come through to the interview room. It'll be nice to have a chat to you guys and find out what exactly happened to the racing, hybrid racing. But out in 4th place, a little bit of a battle going on, and that is between Team Tri-Hard Bandits and the ominous KSR Endurance team that started all the way at the back end of the field. Now trying to make their way up. They're currently in 5th, chasing down 4th place. Very, very close. Lights ablaze though, Cameron, as the drivers make their way through. And this is where it gets tricky, because suddenly your mirrors become your worst enemy on this track. And where you think, oh, just ignore the mirrors, you suddenly got lights blaring in through the cockpit and constantly irritating you, moving around and changing how everything goes.
I mean, Stephen, your favorite thing to always tell me is ignore the mirrors. But as a driver, you always have to be aware of what's going on around you. Where's the cars behind you? What line are they trying to take? Are they closing on you? Are they going to try and make a dive bomb on you or whatever there? So you can't completely ignore them. You have to always watch them. But that's also where a spotter generally comes in quite nice and handy there. But yes, as you mentioned there, it's getting a bit trickier now. I'm pretty sure I saw previously when we were on the Andre Claessen's car there that he was getting a meatball flag, but he still seems to be rolling around there. Might just be saying turn on your headlights. It's getting a bit too dark there, as we do reach 10 p.m. here. Well, just got past 10 p.m. in sim time. But there was something that I noticed in one of the onboards and stuff that we're talking there. The current driver in car 81, Dupree, he is brand new to the sim, and he has decided, only having it for a month, and decided to take on Ooh, going into the wall there, but there. Sorry, that's a
Take
bit,
on commentary curses. Well done. Welcome to
Yes.
sim racing. You've got your first
Well,
your commentary curse chucked on here.
Well, we have to give him a massive round of applause and say, well done on deciding you're only being in the sim for a month and going and sticking it out with other drivers on the Nürburgring 24 hours here. So well done, massive hats off, and we hope you enjoy your stay in the ACC world of sim racing. As I look into our interview waiting room here, as we have Michael Schultz here, just from the ZRC squad, deciding to pop in. See if we can get a quick insight in terms of what's going on with the ZRC car there. Michael, welcome in. How's the racing been going so far?
How's it? How are you guys?
Oh, good. Not completely tired as of yet.
Haven't got a jump start here, so I'm okay.
No espressos yet?
No,
Oh,
that's
no, I've got an espresso waiting for me though.
Ah,
I've
after
got
dark things.
I've got a hot chocolate, and I've got actually a RaceFace.Pro mug that I'm going to use for it. So
I've
pretty
got a
happy with that.
RaceFace.Pro trophy, so I want to be. I'm joking.
Casual flex, casual flex.
I mean, this is a difference. Steven has the favor of the catering crew. Mrs. Steven might kill me if she hear me if I say that.
Mrs. Steven. Okay,
Mrs. Koenig. Sorry, Mrs. Koenig.
You might need that espresso already.
I
Sure.
might actually. Well, I haven't had dinner yet. We jumped on a plane to get back here, but they're favoring him a bit by giving him hot drinks and stuff. I have to cater to myself here, but I'm joking here. No, but welcome in, Michael. How? I don't think you've been in the car just yet,
No,
but
I haven't jumped in yet.
I think it was Essie, and then it was Russ.
Russ? And now
Russ
it's
run.
Essie again, yeah.
Yes. How's the team feeling? I've seen there've been multiple trips into the pits, some off-track excursions there. How's the team feeling with only 2 hours passed since the restart going on?
A couple pinball moments. So funny story, we actually started a 24-hour at 1 o'clock, Russ and myself, in another server, which then, thanks to Kunos's antics, ended up closing. So we said, well, we still want to race, so we came here. So Russ and I have already had about 7 hours or so of driving under our fault, so we are feeling quite confident. And Essie is just an alien, so Essie's alright. I think our plan is just to try and not be a pinball, and everything should work out in the end.
So
Now, Steven.
getting a little bit of time behind the wheel earlier on, now taking a look at the conditions starting to change, the lights starting to dip. What is the concerns that's coming in? Concerns of driver fatigue, car maybe feeling a little bit different, and also different conditions to what you originally were driving in when you were in a different server in a 24-hour.
So the main thing, at least for me personally, is going to be brake markers, and with all the lights, because Nordschleife gets very pretty at night, but it can also be a bit disconcerting when you are very used to. I'm just watching Essie here, but it can be a bit disconcerting when it comes to sort of your reference markers. Luckily, in terms of grip, I'm not too worried about that dropping off. As the server we were in, it was raining, so there was none of that. So I do know how to navigate here when there's no grip, but the brake markers is the one thing I'm going to make sure doesn't catch me out.
And what is the most difficult part of the circuit that you've personally found and given warning to your fellow drivers, such as Essie? This is being his first official race on the Nordschleife circuit.
I guess it would be sector 3. They can't. I don't know if you're looking at the track in the 3-sector phase, but anything after carousel, especially towards YouTube corner and the rest of it, because there's a lot of off-camber downhill turns, and as the temperature drops, or if it rains, for instance, the car loves to just sort of wash out away from you, and that can be a very sketchy section to go through if you're not 100% paying attention.
So all the information coming in on that one. Cameron, any questions you would like to ask from this side?
Well, I think there's one. It's not Nordschleife related, but it is F1 related. Now we have the Chinese Grand Prix coming up in a couple of hours. Who do you think is going to win?
Don't know, I stopped watching F1 a while ago.
Okay, so he
Probably
decided
Max.
to save his sanity and rather not watch it.
See, I used to be a Ferrari fan, so I chose
Oh.
peace eventually.
Okay.
Sorry,
so you chose peace.
I heard a Fiat fan there.
Oh,
Oh my word, let's not start again with the fear jokes.
nothing you can say to me that I haven't said to myself in the mirror.
Mamma mia, pasta.
Pasta. Eish, that's a little bit of a rough
Pasta taglione. I'm fettuccine.
one. This is not going well for you. I just.
This
wanna
is
point
not
out.
even midnight yet, Stephen. What am I going to do?
I don't know, but obviously not a very good time, that's for certain. But Michael, yours to come up. When are you expected to enter the car?
I've sort of gotten the graveyard shift, but I'm not sure whether I'll be in the car next after SE in, I think it's about 45 minutes or so, or if I will miss another stint and then only go in at it's probably almost midnight then. Or 11, I think. Yeah.
And what's the overall game plan for your entry? I mean, you guys have had a bit of a later start compared to most of the teams that did start the race before the red flag. What's the game plan for your side?
Probably the same as everyone else. Don't die, and don't die quickly. That's the best way to do it, I think.
YouTube, please do not strike us. We know we're talking
just
about
don't
dying or whatever.
use the car and keep it consistent and consistently not really slow. It'll be fine.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to leave you be to rejoin your fellow drivers as they
Just
look
even,
to
just
put
Gavin.
in great one. So big thank you to Michael joining in. It's good to have a chat with our different drivers and being a part of it, also getting a bit of sense of what the circuit is, how it all develops. And as we've seen, it's getting a little bit darker out on the circuit. Alan Patterson hunting for those apexes as he makes his way through the Stricker circuit, a little bit more light before he gets into the world of darkness as he enters the green hell. And I think there's a song that says, was made by I think it was the Poison. It says, "I am the right hand of God and the devil that you forgot," and that is exactly the type of words that come to mind with this type of race.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Stephen, and just the beauty of the effort that Kunis has placed into just modeling this amazing circuit. I mean, I'm pretty sure later in the night when we get some nice onboard shots. As we inside the cars going around, I want for the viewers, look at the beauty. I mean, the effort they put into the fires out there, the nice little camp lights going around there. It's just beautiful. And yeah, as you mentioned, it took me a while to realize what song that is. Well, I don't even know the song. I just know it from TikTok clips. Yes, I am that generation. But I do know it's having the drivers come in and doing an interview. It gives us an insight into what's going on, what's the state of the car, how are they feeling, and they're not the only guy or the only participants going to be struggling with exhaustion. I know me and yourself will probably also be struggling with exhaustion later on. But then also some of the brave viewers that have bunked down and going to spend the full remaining 14 hours and 30 seconds of the race with us. Good luck. I hope you guys will be able to sleep a lot more tomorrow, because Monday we are all back to work.
Now the sanity is going to drop down. I think for everyone out there, please look up your local psych clinics. They will be able to assist you. Most medical aids do have access to those, so please feel free to utilize.
The wise words of Stephen Koenig.
Wouldn't recommend it though. My words are not the most recommendable, but yeah, there's so much that can happen in a race like this. There's so much that can go on, and for all the drivers out there really trying to battle it out and hope that they can get that little bit more out of the car as they make their way through. It's going to be an interesting time for them because they have to try and figure out what's going to be the exact layout, how they're going to work out the strategies, especially for like the Alan Patterson and like the Slick Racing that is making its way around, even for LTR that have now found themselves in a very, very positive situation that they can fight their way through the order. I mean, these are all things that you want to move your way through the fight. But then you got the KSR endurance team, the OG KSR endurance team making their way through. They got Mac van der Merwe behind the wheel. He's in 4th place. He's making up a bit of time. He's one lap. He's going to be within the same lap as 3rd place. He's 94 seconds behind. Now we say 94 seconds in a normal race. That is a it's
massive gap.
It's monstrous. It's you know, you've taken your race and you've pretty much thrown it to the dogs. In an endurance race and also this circuit, it's still a viable chance to go for the top spot and recover after such a difficult time.
I mean, yes, it's if it's a normal endurance race, as you say, Stephen, having a 41 or 42 second gap, it is demotivating towards the car in front of you. But as you said, with a track like Nürburgring, anything is possible. A 41 second gap can become 2 seconds over 1 lap because the driver in front decides, oops, I'm going to try and go and explore the mountains around the track and see if I can find Bigfoot. So it's anything is possible. I mean, look at the 80 second gap between P4 to P3. It's quite close for the size of this track. So, and again, it's never over until the fat lady sings.
That is it. It's all about keeping it together and who's going to claw their way to victory. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break now for just Cameron and myself to grab a little bit of hydration, but we're going to leave you with the sights and sounds of Nürburgring with Tim giving us the camera shots, and we will be joining back with you guys in a momentarily. So just make yourselves comfortable. Thank you for joining us right here at the RaceFace.Pro Endurance Championship for our GT3s and GT2s, round 1 at the Nordschleife 24-hour. There we had a little bit of a red flag and we've come back and there's a broken BMW. I think that's Hansi Myburg trying to limp his way back to the pits. Yes, he is the only BMW, so that's Hansi Myburg, but we will be back with the commentary shortly, so please enjoy the sights and sounds and Tim giving us all the camera shots as we enter the night.
Are we clear?
as we are back with some of the racing, just to catch you up on the awesome action that's happening out on circuit. A big thank you to Tim on the cameras, going and giving us all the action shots for the transition into the night. 13 hours and 26 minutes to go of this 24 hours of Nordschleife here at RaceFace.Pro for the Endurance GT2 GT3 Championship. And thank you all for joining us here tonight. My name is Stephen Koenig, and in the commentary box that will be chatting to us throughout the evening a little bit later on will be Cameron de Bastos, just taking some time off the mic to get himself all pulled towards himself. Been a long drive all the way back, then into a race, then into the commentary. It's been quite a run for him. Any case, let's go through the running order as it stands, as we got Chris Heineke out in first place, who is making his way around. It does look like the Patterson car has disappeared. So unfortunately, it looks like we may have lost the PWSR car in the race. So that has changed things up. It's Chic Racing now into first place. LTR into second. Third is the ominous KSR Endurance team. Followed in fourth place is the ominous OKZ team. Team Tryhard Racing in fifth. SES Days of the ZRC currently trying to steer himself straight after falling off the circuit. They're running in sixth place. The Pandacity Infiltrate 1 making their way around the circuit. Then we've got True Racing. It does look like we've got the PWSR car starting to come back into the race. So for whatever rhyme or reason, that car was chucked further down the plan. Nicholas Cook of the Pandacity Infiltrate 2 team making his way around the circuit. 11th is Graham Moll of Team Kerygma Racing. Then we have got the Helldivers in 12th. 13th is the Ebb and Flow. 14th is currently the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro as they make their way around the circuit. Venom Lords a little bit further down the order. Liam Swinburne going and racing. You can see all the lights imparting that's happening out on the sides of the circuit as everyone's enjoying the time out there. Then we got the team Tryhard Raceface, Hansi Myberg, the only solo driver in the race, making his way around the circuit, hoping to get a little bit more of a run, outbraking himself and dropping a little bit further down the order than planned. So he's going to have to keep that in mind as he races on. Soldiering on, not going to be an easy thing to do. And we'd like to welcome every single one of you to a brilliant run for the first part of the race right here at RaceFace.Pro. It's good to have you guys here as we do see the PWSR car that had a dominating lead. Unfortunately, something went on and has now dropped the car back. They're trying to get the car ready. They will have a waiting time. It will be like a full-on pit stop plus tow back to the pits, and that does allow others to get a bit closer, like the Luxury Time Racing car trying to claw their way up through the order. They will be trying to move their way up. And then you have got the likes of the Slick Racing team now with a charge up to the front, looking to put a bit more distance between themselves and the competitors. So what originally looked like the top running order for our PWSR team has all but changed. The whole landscape has changed right here at the Green Hell, the Nordschleife circuit, and it's extremely dark out there, pitch black as you maneuver your way around the circuit, trying to figure out what's going to work for you and where the race is going to battle out. The drivers hoping to get a little bit more pace underneath them. And now as we transition over to the night, time starting to run through. 2 hours and 37 minutes have passed since we started after the red flag earlier today. Let's take you back to what happened earlier today. We started at 12 o'clock in the afternoon and continue to race on. Unfortunately, due to technical difficulties happening on the Kunos side, we had drivers unable to join the race, leaving their teammates stranded as a solo driver for at least 3 hours, unable to swap out of the cars, unable to get in. And this was a global problem that started affecting. We even had teams that were racing in other races having the same type of problems, so that actually had to call their races. It was then voted amongst with all the team leaders that we are going to still keep out and keep going and racing, and just with a little bit of a restart of the race. So good to see that we're back out, we're back racing. It does change it up though, as now we had to shorten the race. Originally going for 15 hours was now 24 hours was cut down to 15 hours to take into consideration of that red flag time. We restarted the race at 8 o'clock, and now we are where we are right now, 10 minutes to 11 at night here in South Africa. It is 10 minutes to 11 on sim time as well. It is extremely dark out there. The drivers having to really figure out where they're going to go in this one, as we've got our drivers trying to make their way up through the ladder. Kieran Patterson now back behind the wheel of the Ferrari, and after a disconnect dropped them so far down, he's having to try and make up as much time as possible. What was in first place with the most dominating lead of the entire run, unfortunately getting the same as what Bernard Barkhuizen had for his team at the beginning of the race at 12 o'clock, where it was all going well until there was a disconnect that threw him right out of the running of the race. The whole team getting chucked out of the race and having to make their way back up after a bit of time in the pits. But that has allowed the likes of Slick Racing, being that consistent Bentley, to power their way through the race, trying to claw their way back up into victory positions, now holding on to first place. First time of the race that they are leading the race, so this is going to be quite a moment for the big Bentley to try and put in those key lap times needed to push themselves that little bit harder each and every time. So far, with lap times of 8 minutes 26 being the time, and as we've headed into the darkness, times are starting to taper off, not by 1 or 2 seconds. We are losing 12, 15 to 20 seconds a lap on every single car, as the drivers are just going on their pure headlights. If we go down to their helmet cams, that will show you literally this is all that you can see, which doesn't look too bad heading into the new style of the circuit. A little bit of a snap on the steering wheel, but it's also getting cold out there. 15 degrees track temperature, which means that they're having to alter what their tire pressure is going to be when they get into the pits to try and compensate for the lower track temperatures. And it only gets worse as you head into the old Nordschleife circuit. That makes things rather tricky. So development happening throughout the race, and has thrown a spanner in the works, and is really testing what the drivers can do. How hard can they push one another? How high can you climb? Or how far will one fall in this race? Big shout out to also our sponsors coming on board and joining us and being a part of the show. That's really good to have the likes of SA Lube being a part of the show here at the RaceFace.Pro Endurance GT3 and GT2 Championship. We're heading into the quieter part of the night this weekend, and we'll see the drivers starting to take more and more of an impact as they battle their way around the race, trying to figure out what's going to work for them. Ulrich Diaga trying to keep himself going for the luxury time racing. We'll be keeping an eye on his rearview mirrors. He's got one of the Ferraris chasing on right behind him and getting around. I think that might be the Patterson car as they come by. We'll be able to take a look. No, it wasn't the Patterson car that came by. try and figure out who that was that managed to get the pass. It was definitely not a Honda. That might have been the Helldivers car. Conrad Volskink making his way around the circuit, and the Helldivers for Super Earth going and putting in a phenomenal run, hoping to not run into those bugs. They don't want to run into the spears, they don't want to run into the automatons. They are going to power their way through for Super Earth. Democracy handed out in the best way possible, and that is at full speed instead of the usual way of checking into a monstrous fight. Our lone GT2 car out on circuit, Byron Couture going and driving in the GT2 KTM Crossbow, making their way up through and up and down through the race. It's been a bit of an interesting time for this KTM and the GT2, trying to find where their pace is, and unfortunately not having the easiest of time with the GT3s, running a similar pace to the GT3s at this point. But as the nights come in and started to make things a little bit more tricky, the lap time started tapering down. Last lap time was at 8:57, as their last one, not going to be helping him out on it. Kieran Patterson, who is currently in the PWSR car trying to recover. Remember, at the start they were in first place due to a disconnect. They are now 18 seconds, going 13 seconds on Mordred Claassen of the Pandacity and Infiltrate 1 car. So they are trying to chase down this Ferrari 296 in shot, and it is a bit dark out there. Lights not being quite ablaze for that car, and I wonder if the driver has been informed that they need to quite turn those lights on. Driving a little bit blind, we may be missing it out due to a visual glitch, so take it with a little bit of salt there that the visual glitch is in play, but I'm sure they do have their lights on. Otherwise it is pitch black out there, and as a driver to drive with no lights on, you actually can get black flagged until such time you do get the lights on. As you see, Ulrich trying to recover a bit of time. The Luxury Time Racing team was also at the top of the running before their pit stops. Team Tryhard has also had their bite at the cherry. Then you have got Michael Donaldson, who we were chatting to a little bit early on. He's up into second place now and trying to make up a bit of time. A little bit of scratch on the wall, not as bad as Tristan, who went and hit the wall while we were having a chat to Michael. Then we also had a chat to Alok, who is in high hopes that the team will be making their way around the circuit. Mac van der Merwe trying to make a bit of time. They're in second place. Michael Donaldson down into third, and the Omnibus KSR Endurance team now back up to the top running of the charts. Now, this team originally started out in first place, got in front and started running away at the start of the race, which started at 12 p.m. but due to technical difficulties that threw them down through it. Back of the grid, starting to make their way up. Now they're into second place after a grand recovery, 30 seconds up the road from Michael Bunsen, and now trying to chase down the slick racing Bentley of Chris Heineke. And this is where we're also going to start seeing drivers, instead of taking 1 hour in, 1 hour out type of thing, they're going to be starting to stretch that time about 2 hours. 2 hours would be the minimum to try and get a little bit of rest for their teammates. And that's the one thing you want to do, is try and push those 2 hours, 3 hour stints to try and get your teammates to get a little bit of rest. You go and keep the momentum and not get caught out. Plus, you don't want to be having a monster amount of chats right now. You want to just focus on what is needed to get you up through the order. Jaco Cosia trying to battle it out against what looks to be that might be Michael Donaldson. No, it isn't. It's chasing him. It's one of the McLarens. That is the ominous gaming machine. Trying to make a bit of a move. Gets past cleanly. Not a problem. That is a 667 car of Mac van der Merwe going and getting past Kutzer. So the two McLarens having a bit of a swap up there as they make their way through. Brandon Kruger now behind the wheel instead of Mac van der Merwe, trying to claw his way back up through the fight. So they had a driver change, and on the charge to go after the fellow teammate car, the sister team, the OKZ Endurance team, now trying to get a little bit more distance up through the front order and keep ahead of the McLaren of the KSR, the OG KSR machine that is chasing them down, hammering down those lap times, and the lap times are starting to come more and more down. Last lap time Chris Heineke did in the dark was an 8-minute 26. Michael Donaldson managing to get an 8-minute 29. Then you had the KSR Endurance team managing to get a 8-minute 41 on their last lap time. Yoko Kutsa getting an 8-minute 29, so he's definitely picked up the pace. Ulrich Deliaga, a 10-minute 32 on his last time. I think that was also for a pit. No. So very stationary car. And I think, yep, they caught it in the wall. As suspected, we saw very slow time. So this is a replay that we're going to take a look at. Let's go to our heli cam. Tim in the heli, roughly about 30 seconds, touching the grass, trying to bring it back, gets a snap oversteer, spins it round, faces just the wrong way, can't quite move forward, and will have to try and do a bit of a U-turn, reverses right across the circuit into the wall, does a little bit of a stall and gets himself going. So unfortunately that will be a little bit of damage onto the back of the car, and now having to play a little bit of catch up after that spin with a bit of time to be spent in the pits. And we've got Alan Patterson saying yet another internet drop for Darren Miller in Durban, so we had to reconnect after all that. Unfortunately, force majeure stuff out of their hands, threw them down the order, and unfortunately has dropped them further down. Darren Miller currently in 7th position, so he's trying to make up a little bit of time in the car after taking it over from Kieran Patterson and Alan Patterson a little bit earlier, and Tyler Humphreys we saw in the first 4 hours starting at 12 o'clock before the red flag was in the car as well. So a bit of a gutting blow on their part, having to try and work through some incredible technical difficulties, which all the teams have been experiencing in ebbs and flows, different things happening right through the race, whether it be loss of force feedback, whether it be internet connection, whether it be server related, whether it's drivers not feeling well or just losing focus entirely. This is what endurance racing is all about, pushing the boundaries of what you can do, and in the face of adversity you just got to try and stick it out as much as you can, even in the worst of circumstances. I know for being out in the front and having your hand firmly grasping that trophy, unfortunately for it to just be ripped away is definitely a nasty blow to the confidence, but not out of the race just as yet. Anything can happen, and that is the one thing we can say about world of endurance racing. Now you would see that the little barcode or the little QR code that said scan me, that does take to Assetto Corsa Evo's website. Then you'll also see down the main straight there's one with a Fanatec board that you can scan that actually takes you through to Fanatec. So bit of a fun little Easter eggs if you're looking around the circuit. Chris Heineke trying to make his way through, getting a bit of pressure from, by the looks of it, Daniel Rowe, who we haven't had a lot of time seeing. Daniel Rowe's first time in the car, and this will be in the dark around the Nordschleife, trying to get past our leader. Does put it up on the inside and get past, so big send on their part. They're down into 14th position for the Hybrid Racing Pro team, and getting ahead of the Slick Racing team, who were out in front, and so continue to maintain the lead. So Daniel Rowe getting given the hard one of here's Nordschleife, here's it in the dark, don't go and bin the car at the end of it. So the driver's having to try and work it out. For Daniel Rowe, this is going to be a trial of keeping it all together no matter what, where Chris Heineke has had a little bit more time underneath him and is trying to push that a little bit more. Michael Donaldson in second place. The OKZ team now pulling into the pits. They might do a driver change at this point. And Brandon Kruger in third place will be getting told, okay, time to step it up, time to get going. We're either going to get past them or we're going to have to do a little bit of a leapfrog with our sister team that is running ahead of us. Remember that the KSR and OG endurance team were originally the leaders in the first 4 hours before the red flag came out. So they are looking to try and go that extra little step. This is where the time you start dropping the fuel mapping a bit. Instead of being at maximum fuel mapping, getting all the power underneath you, you're going to start dropping the fuel mapping a little bit. It will hamper you in times a bit more, but it will also carry you that extra 1 or 2 laps more into the race. And that's the main thing that you got to focus on, is how long you're going to continue in the race. How far are you willing to climb up the ladder? So our drivers now having to think of what's going to happen, what's going to be the key to move forward in the race, who's going to be able to stand on top by the end of this endurance race that has really been a race of nutrition, and the drivers having to really dig deep in what they can do. Who's going to be able to really push the limits and claw up a bit of a charge to the front sharp end of our field. Everyone digging that little bit more around this 25-kilometer circuit, heading in, 29-kilometer circuit, where the drivers are going through 175 corners before they get to the end. 8 minutes and 24 per 8 minutes and 24 seconds per lap. That is now coming into play for the drivers in pitch black darkness as they claw their way through, figuring out what do they need to do, and also fighting not only the car having chassis flex, so that changes the handling and the characteristics of the car and gets worse every time you catch a curb. Tires wearing out, what's your tire wears looking like, but also the brakes. Now this is something we haven't quite touched on, because your brakes also change as time goes on. You do have brake wear, which means you get a little bit of what they call brake fade. Now you can change brakes on these cars, but it does add about a minute plus onto your original pit stop. So brake fade, what is it? You're going and climbing onto the brakes, and instead of having that sudden instant stop that you've been relying on, you're starting to have to push the brake pedal a little bit further, a little bit more pressure onto it to try and slow the car down. You're actually moving your brake markers back to about 5 meters just to go and try and make the same corner that you've been hitting lap after lap after lap to ensure that you keep going. So Tristan Herbst back into the car for the OKZ team, and we have got Michael Donaldson fresh out of the car after his run. Michael Donaldson, welcome back to the commentary box for the OKZ team. You've just come out of the car after a bit of a stint there. Sarah, looking at second place after it looks like the PWSR car having a bit of a technical difficulty. That's going to change the race for you and the team. You've now handed over to Tristan Herbst, who has had some experience, had some difficulty in the race, but has now gone a full computer, completely different computer to what he originally started with. So the settings not quite as dialed in as what he had previously. How are you guys feeling in the pits?
I mean, honestly, after the stint that we just had, we are feeling really good, because we overcut, I believe it was 2 cars.
Yes, you did.
Just off that one stint, because I just did 10 laps on a full tank.
And everyone else managing to get about 9 laps in. And yeah, take us through, how do you save fuel to get that extra lap into the race? What are the things that you're doing? Are you changing the engine mapping? Are you lifting and coasting? What are you doing a little bit different that may be giving you that 1 or 2 liters extra to get 1 more lap in?
So what we've noticed about the Ferrari is the Ferrari doesn't really help that much with changing the engine maps, like with fuel. So we've just been running engine map 1, but the moment I come to a heavy braking zone, I just lift. And through some of the other faster corners, I've been doing slight lifts here and there, and that has really been helping my fuel saving. Like I was using sometimes 12.9, sometimes 12.8 liters a lap. Like a lot of fuel saving was going into it, and I was still putting like sub 825 times.
Now, I've got to ask a question. Transitioning from day to night, how did you feel the track change and your visibility, especially heading into the old Nordschleife, where things are now changing up and suddenly your brake markers disappearing completely?
Yeah, the track definitely comes a lot more slidey, kind of like you're driving on ice, because each stint the temperature's been dropping by 1 degree on air and track. So the rear end has been sliding a little more, so we've had to up our TC and move our brake bias a bit further to the rear. But so far things are looking really good for us at the moment.
So what's the game plan moving forward now? You've gotten a little bit more of a pace underneath you. You've got a little bit more of a drive. A little bit closer to the sharp end of the field now. Tristan's in the car. He's down into 6th place at the moment. You've got to get past the Luxury Time Racing. You've got to get past the likes of the Pandacity and the Pandacity of Mordred Clarkson. What's the game plan going forward into the night? Are you going to be taking one stint, or are you going to be looking at trying to stretch those stints out, trying to do a bit more of a 2-hour, 3-hour stint per driver to get some rest?
Well, we do have a couple double stints throughout the night, but because of the switch and having to switch up our schedule with Tristan needing to change his computer, it did mess things around a bit, and I think that's Tristan's really, it's fine though. So we've had to change my schedule a bit and just move a couple drivers around. Like, I don't think Peter's going to make this race anymore, so we've had to move all of our stints up to account for that. So we've got a lot more double stints, but we're focusing more on the double stints towards the end. So we can fuel save a lot more because we're really trying to push for the overcuts instead of the undercuts. Try and push a bit longer and see if we can really extend our stints. Just try and like make up time and try and cut out 1 or 2 stints entirely.
Well, good luck with the race here. It's absolutely fantastic. Go get some rest. You've definitely earned it after that wonderful, wonderful stint.
I'll see you when I'll see you back on track in about 7 hours.
All right, we'll check you then. Go and enjoy a bit of rest.
See you then. Cheers, Steve.
Cheers, Michael. Always fantastic to have a chat to him. Another person we're going to bring in is not Mr. Bond, but the person that tells Mr. Bond how to do things properly. We have got Duplessis heading into the box. Q, welcome to the box. Glad to have you here. Not quite the start of the race that you thought. You guys were up at the top and then suddenly rapidly down the field. What happened at the start of the race that threw you from the top order into now trying to claw your way back from the brinks of doom at this point?
Yeah, so it was a bit of a unfortunate event. When I gave over the car towards Tienes, he at the second to last corner, he downshifted a bit too fast on the Ferrari, and had like an oversteer section, and then just went straight T-boned the barrier, and we could not get the car to the pits, so we had to return to garage and lose the whole lap, and that's what, and I think it was like a 4-minute repair, so yeah, we had to repair the car and give up that lap at the same time, which cost a lot of time.
Now, you know, this track is unforgiving in that part, but you had some pretty good runs out there, and you got to really see the track in different ways. You got to see it when it's a little bit earlier in the day. You got to see it in the afternoon, the mist rolling in and having to drive through that, and now into the night. The transitions in this circuit compared to all the other tracks that you have raced throughout your entire ACC history, does this track go and throw everything at you? Do you feel that you're prepped and ready for this race? How do you feel with it?
I feel pretty confident in this. Doesn't matter if it's now light or dark. It's just the same track, but in a different light mode. So I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm gonna soon get a power nap to prepare for the midnight stints, and see if we can get the car back to at least top 10 or top 5.
So it's going to be a definite power moment to try and claw your way through. How do you feel getting past all the different drivers at this point with this difficult circuit being very narrow when you get into the old Nordschleife, the green hell? That is really challenging the drivers. How is it getting past the other competitors when you're having to go side by side through corners that just tighten up next to you?
I think it's just a matter of how high is your confidence going into the corner, and what's the other driver want to get out of this. So it's mostly confidence in each corner and how well your confidence is. I had on the first part of Nordschleife, I had a few overtakes where I just had way more confidence overtaking an opponent, and that got me the position. So it's just a matter of how confident the person is who you're overtaking if you're gonna go side by side. And then, but the thing also is, if one of you basically messes up, you might take out both of the drivers in the twisty section.
Now, who's going to be in the car after Daniel Rowe? We see that the car's been handed over to Daniel Rowe to handle a little bit of the night. Are you going to be the next in the car? Is there going to be a driver ahead of you? And how long are we expecting Mr. Rowe to be in the car before you eventually swapping him out after you've had your power nap? And I'm sure your teammates have had their power naps.
Yeah, so Daniel is currently in the car, and basically how he's feeling, if he, at the end of the stint, if he's feeling great and wants to do another one, he'll probably do another one. And then I think after the second stint, John Faviers will then be the next driver. And then depending on how he feels in the car, he will either do one stint or two, and then after that, it will be me jumping in the car for the next few hours.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave you be there to go get some rest. You've had a long day. You've had the red flag. You're now into the racing. There's still 12 hours and 54 minutes to go of the race. And I look forward to having a bit of a chat with you a little later on and see how you feel as we start transitioning over into the early mornings, the daylight break, and also after you've done your graveyard shift. Thank you, Mr. Duplessis, and we look forward to chatting to you again.
Thanks to you as well.
Cheerio. It's always good to have a chat to the hybrid racing team. Really, really good in terms of getting a bit of information from them. Daniel Rowe in the car, as we heard. Fafiers is expected to be back in the car, and then we'll be seeing Duplessis going into it unless there is a change of that running order. But taking a look over to our grandstands, we still got quite a few out there that are going to bunker down and keep their eyes onto the track, glued to the timing screens. Down in the description though of the YouTube video, feel free to go and click on the link for the pit wall for live timing. We have it out there for you guys to enjoy and be a part of the amazing show going forward. We do have another interesting driver to have a chat to. He's handed over to Dean DePriest, who's, as we heard, this is his first race after a month of being in the Assetto Corsa Competizione. He's now going and testing his skills around the Nordschleife, and we got his teammate Liam Swinburne coming in. Liam, welcome to the commentary box. Glad to have you here. You've had a phenomenal drive out on the circuit. You've now handed the car over to Dean. How are you feeling after the run around this track? You've been in the day, you've been in the night, you've seen it at pretty much its worst at the moment. How are you feeling with your stints?
My stints alone, it's been a bit of an unlucky streak. Just in the night, you cannot see braking zones. With the light constantly changing, it's like track temp changing. It's hard to get. It's been a bit of a challenge for us trying to get the tire pressures right, but I think we're at a point now. Oh, there was moments. I think we're at a point now where the car's feeling comfortable and we're getting into our groove, so it's feeling pretty good.
Now, you got Dean in the car, and correct me if I'm wrong here, this is his first full-on endurance in a Assetto Corsa
Yes.
Competizione, and you
So,
managed to convince him to race at Nordschleife.
So, funny story for you, right? Both myself, Shane, and Dean, this is our first endurance.
Okay.
I think between the lot of us, we've got about each of us is about a month worth of experience at max. So definitely an interesting one to choose as a starting position, you know.
Now, I've got to say, quite a challenging one. What a way to pop the cherry in terms of endurance racing.
Oh,
Nordschleife 24-hour race that had a red flag, but now we're back up and racing. How has the race been in total as a new team, a new band of drivers coming into it, and just being a part of all the racing action out on the circuit and the confidence levels? I mean, I'm sure there was nerves going into the race of, will we work well as a team? Will the car work well? Will the track live up to its name? I'm sure the nerves kicked in, and now as you've raced a bit more, has the nerves settled?
I'd say with regards to nerves, I wouldn't say it's settled so much. It's there's still in the voice chat, there's still that level of airiness, where it's just like you sit there, and you're like, please just make this a clean lap, you know, while we're watching. And I mean, we're giving constant comms, letting our teammates know of any incidents up the road and behind them as well. So it's definitely a nerves thing, but I think we're managing it quite well considering.
It's always good to see that. And I know Cameron is, sitting chomping at the bit to ask a question. Cameron, I mean, an entirely new team coming into the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione endurance racing, and also right here at RaceFace.Pro. You being more of a veteran, you've raced in conditions like this. I'm sure you want to ask. I would say a junior team, but honestly, they've been proving to be just as quick as the veterans out there.
Well, yes, Stephen. Well, I'm back again now. Took a bit of a long around there, but I caught the beginning of this. Of when Liam joined us, and as you said, Stephen, it's Liam. First of all, welcome and congrats to endurance racing, and for joining us at RaceFace here.
Very much.
Stephen pretty much mentioned. Well, I think you pretty much covered it, but I'm not completely sure. I might slip my mind here. Joining this grid in terms of the skill level and just getting as far as you have done so far, did you expect to be able to keep up with these guys? I mean, yes, you're 3 laps down, but you guys are still rolling. Anything is possible. Did you think of you guys were going to bin it in the first couple of hours and then having unfortunately to retire, or what was the thought process leading up to this?
Our biggest concern wasn't so much, I mean, like, obviously as a new team and new drivers to the sim world, you know, I think our biggest focus was just, let's finish this race. Let's see what we can do. Let's just finish this race. And I think two of our biggest concerns really was, one, keeping the engine in check. You know, obviously with the Ferrari, it's got very powerful engine braking, you know, so we use that to our advantage, but keeping the engine in check's one thing, and also keeping that rear end. I don't know what it is about the Ferrari. I mean, I raced the Aston in the ZRC series, and the Aston's a lot more predictable, but obviously it's got its drawbacks, you know, whereas the Ferrari, it's very unpredictable, and that's sort of one of the challenges we're facing right now. So I think that was the biggest thing for us.
Now, you mentioned the characteristics of the Ferrari being a bit loose at the rear, and also with the gearbox. Even though this car on its inaugural run at the Nürburgring 24 Hours took the overall victory there, what was? It's actually a question that just one insight will actually be quite amazing, really. We see majority of the grid is Ferrari. What was the decision that led up to that? Was it due to its huge success in his first outing, or due to some tips from other drivers saying, listen, the Ferrari is relatively easier to drive for enduros, it's a good introduction into endurance racing than, for example, going for a Porsche or a Honda or the McLaren and BMWs.
Yes, so I mean, like you say, obviously the tips was a big thing because obviously I've got a couple of mates who race and they were like, "Let him try the Ferrari," but bear in mind these guys are in the pro class, you know, where they're a bit more used to the characteristics of the car and how to control it. Whereas with the Aston's a lot more forgiving, I've noticed. I think it has something to do with it being a front-engine car. That back end, when it steps out, it's easily controllable compared to obviously the mid-engine of the Ferrari or the rear engine of the Porsche, where there's a lot more weight on those rear wheels, and when that weight gets upset, it's not a small thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. As well, as you mentioned there, I think it's one of the main characteristics with the Aston, it being much more forgiving on the beginners. And a funny enough fact is, this being the third iteration of the Ferrari race cars, we had the 488 and the 488 Evo. Before the 296 started, during the 488 was actually classified as being one of the more forgiving mid-engine cars, funny enough there. So it's kind of interesting to hear you say that that the Ferrari can be quite tricky, seeing that its predecessors was a bit more forgiving in terms of that.
Yes, of course.
Mm.
No, exactly. I mean, the Ferrari, it's a confusing car. It's brilliant in the right hands, don't get me wrong, as you can see from the likes of Donaldson and some of the other faster guys in the championships, you know. But when it comes to myself, at least, I find I have quite a tricky time with the car. And initially, when we entered the series, we were like,
Oh, we just seen.
Bit of a spin there. That live reaction, that live rear in action there. But yes, as you were saying.
Obviously, when we joined up, we were driving the Ferrari quite religiously, which, you know what, as a beginner is probably not the best idea. Driving one car solely, it's just we had a mate who was sort of teaching us the car, but I mean, I've had a absolutely monumental challenge trying to come to grips with this car, and I'm starting to feel it a bit better now. Although myself and Shane actually were saying we wish we had brought the Aston, simply for the forgiveness of it. You know, it's not
And the
as
familiarity,
fast,
yes, with the
Not even
familiarity with it, maybe.
maybe a bit, yes, but it's like just it's a slower turn, and yes, it's got worse brakes, yes. But what the car does have is that sense of I can take this corner flat out and probably be okay. Ferrari,
Well,
like, okay, if I touch that piece of tarmac over there, I'm going to spin.
Well, yes, as you said, I mean, the Aston does have its highs and lows. I remember racing it in a 6 hours of Bathurst, and it's
Oh, really?
quite a nice car in Bathurst. I'm not gonna lie, with the right little tweaks there, quite fast, and you can really throw it around the corners there. But no, it's interesting to hear the different inputs from the drivers when it comes to the car choices. I mean, most just say no, they choose a Ferrari because of its long gearbox. I mean, I'm pretty sure you
Oh, yes,
noticed.
the Ferrari has an incredibly long gearbox. You can run that thing
Yes.
out miles.
So, I mean, as we speak of Ferrari, the number the triple two there from Hybrid Racing Pro there, with a very messed up rear deck there at the end there. But yes, as you mentioned, I'm pretty sure Steven might actually jump in on this and say, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the 296 was designed in keeping Nordschleife in mind to go and win it in order being such a long track to protect some of its gears going so long.
Its first,
of course.
its first actual appearance in main racing was actually Daytona, for the
Probably 12 hours.
yeah. So for the
But you know what? Daytona is also a track with a couple of at least long straights. You know, I mean, of course, they got the bank corners.
It's got the big banking there, yeah.
It's
Before
got
we
the
go
big banking,
into
but you can still basically sit that wide throttle.
You know what's also it's also a bit frightening with the Ferrari going and transitioning away from the V10 and moving over to the turbocharged V6. It's now started something that even Lamborghini is having their departure from the V10, with their Lamborghini Huracan actually being the last. They've released a limited series that's coming out, as they will be dropping the motor this year, so it'll be the end of the V10s in GT racing going
It's
forward.
a sad thing to hear. It really is. You know, there's nothing quite like a good V8 or V10 screaming past.
Oh,
And you know what, it's
especially with the Lamborghini and the Audi R8.
Yes.
So
I mean, you look. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
You look towards Formula One, you know, and they made their transition from the V10 to the V8 to the V6. And don't get me wrong, the V6 does sound nice, but it's not the same. And I think it's going to be very much the same with the GT racing.
They sound like paper shredders coming across the line. To be
I
honest,
have to agree with Steve on that one. They do not
I just
sound as
didn't want
nice.
to be harsh.
No,
didn't want to be so harsh.
I'll say the John Doerr lawnmower that's sitting in the garage sounds a hell of a lot better, to be honest. You know, it's I can't take the wine as we see Christian Zetzman talking about lawnmowers. The Honda now going and getting a bit of a spin at the top of the hill, so the number 23 car now beached and waiting for the entirety of the field to come through. Very, very easy to do. And unfortunately,
not a good place to be.
Yeah, I just had to wait for the field and get going. But it's
Well,
fortunate
and
enough
there
to.
goes the Crease as well.
So gets past. He's going to be happy. And now the times are starting to drop in. But Michael, it's been absolutely phenomenal.
That's
I
Liam.
know. Sorry, Liam. I've got to say, what's the plan into the race now? Are you going to be getting a bit of rest before the next part, or are you going to be getting into the car next? What's the plan on your side?
Next up, we've got Shane in the car. Obviously, I mean, he's been working most of the day, so he's been itching to get into the car. After Shane, we'll probably have Moss get back into the car, Moss Dad. And then we'll see how it goes from there. I think my rest will comprise of 2 cans of Monster and a couple of cookies.
Oh, the breakfast of champions, as my friend would say.
Literally, mate. That is going to be my rest.
I've got
the
bacon
medical aid,
next.
Stephen.
I've got bacon next to me, so I can.
Stephen, what you're saying is you're living lavish, mate.
I've got a Coca-Cola and a bacon, so I'm just the same as you, mate. Cookies, a bit of
let's
energy
just say-
drinks to get going.
Let's just say between the 2 commentators, Stephen is more prepared than I am.
Well, if you need someone to step in at any time, Cameron, so you can take a little power nap, you know, after the nap. Just give me a shout,
I'll
mate.
nap on the couch in the commentary booth here. I'll probably take a nap there.
Liam, I've got a question. Yes, we do need a replacement to come in. So I'm looking for someone that has got more talent in the car. You've proven that you have more talent in the car. Cameron at the moment's getting a little bit slow in his old age. Would you be interested?
I'd be interested, mate. Yeah, this sounds like a brilliant opportunity for me.
There's the guy that jumped his own start from pole.
We don't talk about that.
Both of you need to sort out your things. However, when you feel...
And he's gone. I think I'm gone, actually. So it looks like I've lost communication on the Discord.
Hey, Stephen is back.
Stephen is back.
There we go, I'm back again. Sorry, it looked like we had a little bit of a drop here on the Discord, which is always great to have. Yeah, well, finish it off. You know, Liam, thank you so much for coming and have a chat. It's always great to have another voice in the ear to go and have a chat too. I look forward to hearing all the stories as your drivers making their way around through the Venom team, hoping to put in a monumental charge and getting past the Helldivers, who's trying to limp their car back to the pit. So, Liam, this is your opportunity to go and
chase
carry on.
some for Super Earth. Nah, that's another one.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Have a lovely evening. I'm sure we'll catch up a little bit later.
That's always good to have a chat to Liam. Absolutely tremendous stuff there. I mean, Cameron, we're starting to get the guys coming in thick and fast. Everyone says, Rip Steve. Well, yes, Rip Steve was, you know, you've got to believe in Steve, as they say. And you can even look, there was a Jacksepticeye song that was Believe in Steve. That,
I just know all the way.
All the way.
All the way.
Yeah. Believe in Steve. That's a motto song over here. And don't worry, there's not going to be a 2-minute notice yet.
The joke there. I remember. Okay, that's a little of an inside joke between me and Steve. But if you do spend some time with us in Discord, off the air, then I think Steven will be more than happy to tell that. To tell what 2 minutes notice means for us.
Well, we got another driver coming to have a chat to us this time. A driver that was in the ZRC car a little bit ago, before he handed over the car to SES. SE originally started, then it was himself, then went in, now SE trying to make his way through. And let's bring in Ruan Saliers to come and have a chat with us. Ruan, welcome to the commentary box. Glad to have you here. And what a race so far. This being your first official race in the Nordschleife 24. Well, no, incorrect. This is your second race in the Nordschleife 24. Your first race ended with unfortunately the race being canned with technical issues. But now you're in the RaceFace.Pro on a spur of the moment choice by yourself and Michael Donson. How are you feeling out there?
Michael Schultz.
Michael Schultz. Michael Schultz. I'm getting confused between the Michaels.
There's too many Michaels.
No,
Michael
there's
Donner.
There's
Michael
a McDonaldson and a Schultz.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, we were part of the SSRI 24-hour, and then, the survey issue started. We started in 30th. We ended at P3 just by people disconnecting. So at least we got a podium today. But yeah, then we decided let's do the RaceFace one. Local servers, local connection, and it's more guys that we know how to drive. And yeah, we've just been here. It's my second 24-hour within 24 hours. So.
Yeah, and you had the fastest 24-hour race this afternoon. No one can beat your 24-hour race of how fast you finished the 24-hour race up.
Schultz and I have been saying we're not doing a 24-hour race. We're doing 24 hours of racing today.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But how's it been out on the track? We saw that you did have a little bit of a difficult time. We've seen Essie also trying to keep the car all together. It hasn't been the easiest run for the ZRC car. A spur-of-the-moment choice to get the car in. Different setups needing to be done because the track conditions are so different. How's it been in the pits?
Well, the other race we did in the Porsche, and it was basically just the wet weather racing the whole time. And then we decided to do the RaceFace one, and then Essie was just like, "Oh, I'll join." So we decided on the Porsche, on the Ferrari, because the Ferrari is easiest to maintain and easiest to set up. But we're quite fast. We're faster in the Ferrari than in the Porsche at the moment, and I believe we're fastest on track at the moment as well. So it's not too bad. It's
Miller got the fastest laps. PWSR so far has got the fastest laps.
Yeah, but I think currently we're the fastest on track. In terms of, I know they have the fastest lap, and I think currently we're the fastest. But our struggle tonight is just keeping it out of the walls. It seems that we are getting a big struggle from sector 6 to 8 at the moment. The car just completely disorientates itself constantly there. So we're trying our best to keep it safe, but I see we're catching P7, P6, and P5 at the moment. So
it's going to be a uphill climb. You've got 12 hours and 33 minutes left, and what's the game plan from your guys' side? Are you going to leave Essie in the car for a little bit longer, try and get a little bit of a power nap? Are you going to be taking the car over? What's the game plan from the ZRC side to ensure that they keep with the climb and also not to burn out the drivers? Because all of you guys have still got quite a bit of time of racing to do before you can get the checkered flag underneath your belt.
So this is Essie's last stint. So after this, he's going to go to bed, probably for about 6 hours, and then he's going to come back online at around 6 a.m. and then just start powering through. I think the tomorrow morning stint is going to be the hardest for SC, to be honest. Because Schultz and I are just doing the graveyard shift at this point. We're just gonna sit in the Discord, have a chat, talk about life. Just having those deep conversations you have with someone at 2 a.m. in the morning. So it's gonna be fun. I stole the kettle from the kitchen. I'm gonna put the kettle up in my room, make coffee in my room instead of having to go to the kitchen all the time.
Oh, definitely works like that. Cameron, anything you would like to ask Run, since we've got him here and having the chat after he's just informed us he's stolen the kettle from the kitchen? I think Cameron may be away on that one. But Run...
Oh, no, sorry, I thought it was, some
yeah.
mic issues there. No, I was about to say, Steven, I'm kind of like jealous. I can't even bring up my kettle because then it would be too close to many electronics, and I can't risk that. But no, yeah, I think I might be joining Russ on that of getting some coffee soon, just to stay awake, one could say. But no, it's great to see you guys jumping in and joining us here tonight, Russ. Yeah. 2 big races, one unfortunately ending a bit earlier, none of your own accord, due to some infrastructure issues there. But the decision to jump into into another race, local one, as earlier today we did have one of the cars get a bit of a warning for just some issues with a connection. But no, well done. First of all, well done on getting back in, and good luck with the rest of the one. And yeah, be sure to keep the kettle boiling there, because I might pop by and grab a cup of coffee there by the garage.
Definitely. Thanks, Cameron. Thanks, Steven.
It's always good. Thank you, Run. It's good to have a chat to the different drivers. It's good to have a chat to all the team captains that are coming through. Taking a look over to the pit wall, there we got Kurfa. I think that is Michael Donaldson.
Yes.
Going and saying, unfortunately, they have suffered a disconnect, and that has also hampered their race a little bit. So let's go through the running order as it stands. We got Slick Racing out in first place, followed by Ominous KSR. So the OG KSR team in second place, making their way up through the order. They've got the Pandacity and Infiltrate 1 currently in third place. Then we have got Yakokutsa of the Team Tryhard Bandits that will be moving up through the order into fourth. As time goes on, our timing screen will work their way through. Then we've got the PWSR 24 trying to move their way up. Now, before we went on a bit of a break, we got reports from Alan Patterson that there was a disconnect. Then we had Kieran Patterson trying to power his way through. Unfortunately, having to quickly get the car sorted out, they swapped over to Thriller Miller due to having some technical difficulties, and Darren Miller trying to push his way through the order and get back onto that climb. Manchik to get into 5th place after dropping all the way down to 9th in this race. Takes the confidence right out of them, but they're still going to try and power their way through, putting in the fastest lap time of the race with an 8:13 in the day, and managing to keep a sustainable pace of low 8:21s. Then we have got a ZRC currently lying in 6th place, followed by the Luxury Time Racing Machine currently in 7th. Then True Racing, our solo GT2 entrant into KTM Crossbow, in 8th, followed by the Artemis OKZ Endurance team trying to make up some time. Altman Boertner of Team Kerigma Racing in 11th position, followed by the Hybrid Racing Pro that's pulling into the pits. We have got Helldivers up into 13th position for Super Earth, and to avoid the Tom-Toms, is in 13th. 14th is Ebb and Flow, kind of going through all the ebbs and flows of the race. And then we've got the Team Venom, our new team into the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione, and really just putting in a little bit of a crew turn, popping the cherry for endurance racing. And finally, Hansi Myberg actually getting some rest. So he will be down the order, but he is the only solo driver in that car. So a bit of a challenge on his part to get his way up through. So a bit of a change up through the race. 24 laps have been completed by our competitors. so far for the restart of the race. But Cameron, it has been a challenge, and what we've been hearing constantly from the drivers and the reoccurring theme is just trying to keep it all together, focusing on the circuit and ensuring they can keep each other alert and going, not going and leaving a person alone in a race like this. It seems like everyone's taking the same approach of the last thing you want to do is leave one driver by himself with the engine noises droning him out and let him lose focus.
Oh no, absolutely, Stephen, and it's good to hear that. I mean, my first attempt at a 20, well, not first, but first local attempt at a 24 hours on Spa with Daniel De Villiers as a teammate, and I think it was Guillaume Mouton, and at that time we had something. We still were suffering from load shedding, stages shifting around and everything. And at that, unfortunately, that time I had to sit at night and alone trying to do the night stint, and it does get to the driver. One can say it really messes with one's head. You start imagining issues. Yes, it's a sim, but you start imagining issues popping up, or you make small mistakes, and there's nobody there to just calm you down and tell you just breathe. And I know it might seem that Mondre Klaassen is driving without lights. I can confirm the lights are actually on, we just can't see them. So I don't want to, for any of our viewers, do not worry about that. But yes, it's good to see that the teams will have someone alongside the driver, just keeping them awake, alert, being an extra set of eyes and ears in case something pops up, in case something happens again. It is a shame for the amount of disconnects that we have received. Unfortunately, with infrastructure, IT infrastructure and the servers, it does take some time after getting it back to just stabilize, to sort stuff out. It might be ISP related, as Alan said there, for Darren suffering there, some internet issues there. But it's good to see the cars are still rolling. I mean, they're still fighting it out. The PWSR car could have parked and said, that's it for tonight, then they don't want to go back again, but they are here to fight again. So I'm glad to see the cars are driving around, and it is fantastic.
Oh, doing the thing I've always been shouting in everyone's ears. I think everyone is so sick and tired of, Stephen's going to say the words of just keep going, see the checkered flag. You know, if we stop, we're going to have him going off like that. Come on, just shut up. I know that being a bit of an irritation for a lot of drivers.
It might be irritating, but Stephen, there is no better feeling than completing an enduro. It might be 6 hours, it might be 9 hours, or even just a very small one. The feeling of completing it, getting together as a team, bonding, and getting the car over the finish line. You can be dead last. You can be 15,000 laps, over exaggeration, 15,000 laps down, and still just complete it. It's the greatest feeling in the world.
Just to get it across the line and knowing that you've managed to go and outlast the competition or outlast the race is definitely one that comes into play. Well, that being said, we've spoken to the drivers on the situations, but we have an opportunity to talk to one of the team owners that's not driving, but is keeping an eye on two of the cars that are currently out on the circuit. And we're going to have a chat to Xavier Odendaal of the Pandacity team, Pandacity and Infiltrate team. So let's bring in Xavier to come in and have a chat with us. Xavier, welcome to the commentary box. First time we've had you in the commentary box for RaceFace.Pro, but you're going and overlooking two different cars that are out on the track and really putting in a phenomenal bit of effort trying to claw their way up in this fight. Hasn't been the easiest of races for both teams, but both the junior team seems to be doing well and the A team seems to be on a bit of a push, as we see Nicholas getting sideways and pretty much getting it a little bit out of shape there, knowing that the boss has just climbed onto the microphone. But Xavier, how are you feeling having the two cars enter and the driver lineup that you've got with 4 drivers in one car, 5 drivers in the other?
First of all, hi Stephen, hi Cameron. Hope you guys have had a great day. Stephen, I cannot begin to imagine how sore your voice must be. You know what? Honestly, all in all, it's been a decent race. Obviously, you know, top 5 is, I think, the logical goal here. But I mean, both the senior and junior team doing extremely well. We now, as you said, we have Nicholas in the junior team, and he has some pace. There was a bit of an incident earlier, which it's gonna be a bit controversial, but we kind of know it was accidental, so we're not too worried about that. But all yeah, the 4 and the 5, that was split for a reason. So the reason we had to do that, first of all, is we got a last-minute driver who said, "Listen, I can race." Mr. Connor Barstow, he's extremely quick and extremely consistent, so we love to have him on the team. But a big reason is, Stephen, the endurance is a bit of a test for us. We're doing a bit of tests during the endurance, testing out different drivers, different combinations, setups. The big reason for that is we've got a lot of new faces, a lot of new things we're planning for, obviously, the RaceFace's GT3 season coming up. So we're handling these endurances, I would say, a bit like a test. Not totally, of course. You know, we want to get the results, as you can see, with our A team at the moment. But it's exciting. It's different.
I think Nicholas at this point is definitely checking whether your blood pressure is up or whether you can handle the stress, much like himself. Conditions being tricky out there. How's the conversations in both between the teams? The guys are constantly talking to one another. Is there a bit of silence in the air as they're letting the drivers focus on what they need to do? What's happening down in the pit box? Seeming that you can walk between the 2 pit boxes and see what is happening between the drivers. Are we seeing a lot more chatter in the junior team, or are we seeing a lot more chatter in the senior team? Is there a crosstalk between the 2, just identifying what's happening out on the circuit, or where they need to try and lift or improve the car, maybe moving the brake bias or changing the TC up? What's happening down in the pits between the 2 cars?
So it is important to realize, you know, although the cars are sister teams, they are still competing. So at the moment, what we have from the driver's side, it's almost completely silent. The drivers are, you know, it's getting to that time at night where the drivers want to focus. So that's what they're doing. And when I say that, I mean, you know, we rarely hear anything from either driver, except when they get damaged or we need to do a pit stop. That's all we really hear from them. Saying that, we have a very big team behind the scenes, doing a lot of calculations, doing a lot of work on strategy, having a look at times. We have some people doing reviews. We actually have some of our Valorant guys who play Valorant for the org, who are actually watching as well, and they're doing some analysis as well, and, you know, compiling a bit of data that they'll send through to us later. So all in all, it's a big team effort, but in terms of cooperation between the teams, there isn't as much as you would think. It's a bit, we always compare it with a bit of an AlphaTauri Red Bull situation where everyone thinks they're like having coffee and sharing how to build the best car. That's not the situation either. It's still very competitive. Nicholas has a drive to win the first team. He has a drive that will not die. So there's a lot of competition, but there is some sharing. So the biggest place we do share is accidents. Obviously, you know, you'll get a yellow flag raise, and the game will say yellow flag in front, and then it's like 3Ks ahead, which isn't ideal. But we do have collaboration. So if we see there's a yellow flag and it's close to another car, we have someone go over and say, listen, yellow flag, let's say K away from you on the right-hand side. And that just gives our drivers a bit more confidence because they know what to expect, if that makes sense. We had it right at the start of the race, when the race restarted for the second time. There were a few accidents, and we actually had guys consistently jumping between the voice channels just to ensure that everyone knows about the accidents. So good cooperation there, but not as much as people would think.
All right. Interesting to get a bit of feedback on how that works. I know that different teams try different communications or centralized communications. I know some people have centralized communications. Interesting to see the 2 sister teams, yes, competing, but still giving it everything they got to try and get one up on another. It's always fantastic to see. So you got Mr. Van der Volte currently lying in 5th place, trying to make a bit of a move. Nicholas a little bit further down the order, who's battling to try and regain a bit of time. But what is Pandacity? Now, we've got you as the team leader, the principle of the Pandacity, not only involved in just sim racing, which is blossoming, but you've also got a lot more of a side coming from other facets of esports, and also along with streaming. What is Pandacity when we talk about it? And also, I want to apologize in advance and in the past when I kept saying Panda City, because if you actually split the words, it does say Panda City.
It does say Panda City, Steven. It does. And we actually have a streamer who streams for us, who up until 2 days ago, and this is someone who's been streaming us for like 3 months now, who still said Panda City, and we never caught it. And then one of our management team were on their stream, and we heard it, and we were like, oh crap, this person's been calling it Panda City this whole time, and no one corrected them. So we've corrected that now. It's Panda City, I promise, Steven.
Well, I mean, if it's Panda City, it sounds like Joshua Dawes type thing. You can do a way of doing that. But yeah, what is Pandacity as a esports? What is it? We're associating it now to esport, to sim racing, but it's a lot bigger than that. Can you give us a bit of history on what Pandacity is?
Yeah, so I won't keep it too long, because you can ask a few of my drivers when I start my pitch. I cannot end. I think Cameron can testify to that when I first got him on board. But Pandacity, we're an esports organization, so obviously growing pro in different variations. The one thing that makes us different is we're South Africa's first developmental esports organization. So the word developmental, bit odd, I know, but the whole reasoning behind us is we take junior players, junior drivers, whatever it may be, and we develop them. The reason for that is, it kind of produces loyalty to an extent, and it gets to a point where it's kind of preparing them in the environment. So at the moment, you'll have someone like Ron van der Walt, like Nicholas, who obviously Nicholas is extremely quick, but he's still learning day to day, from the team, from people like Werner and Jaku. You have someone like Ruan, who is relatively new to sim racing, someone like Mondre as well, but because they're kind of in this team where there's so much experience, they can blossom. Same with for Valorant. We have 2 Valorant teams. We have a dedicated academy team, and they're juniors, but they're getting all that experience, all that coaching from our seniors, from the senior coaches. So as an org, we're very different. You get your big orgs, of course. I'm not going to name names, but we all know there's definitely one in the race, another org in the race. You get your big orgs, but the one thing that separates us, I would say, is just we have a heavy focus on development. And I mean, with the backing of our sponsors, Infiltrate, it's been an amazing time. And also with the new addition of our iRacing department, which has officially gotten started maybe today. I can't give the specifics yet, but we've had a lot of backing, and we've had really a lot of support, just a lot of great people in the project. And we've really seen, Steven, especially in sim racing, South Africa is such a rich esports culture, and really people who want to help. And it's great for us to kind of, as a development organization, see that, and we're able to use that then to develop the talents of the future, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, Cameron, you were racing in the Pandacity. You were one of the ACC coaches, and also transitioned into the world of iRacing. So you've been within the inner workings of what Pandacity is. And as a development, as we see a bit of an overtake going on, as SES gets past Henry Plitt, who outbreaks himself. So we got SE up into the top 3. ZRC now moving his way through. I mean, the inner workings of a development type of esports. Now, we do know that in my head, you kind of have your A team that's their sole goal is just to put in the performance and get going into some of the top echelons of racing, as we've seen. I mean, earlier today, you were representing South Africa in Ukraine, but you also were part of the coaching within the Pandacity system as well, getting to work side by side with Xavier. Take us through a little bit as a coach, talking through, trying to figure out how to move forward, and also just a little bit of the hierarchy that is within the system of the Pandacity team.
Yeah, well, Stephen, as you mentioned and Xavier mentioned there, uh, when Xavier posted in the community that the idea for Pandastic to fire up a ACC team, I thought, well, at that point, I was still pretty much on the ACC bandwagon, as one would say. I really loved it, and I approached him and told him, well, we can. it's an interesting idea to build a team, and it also helps give back into South African sim racing. Um, it's we're in the part of the country where, just like the CS:GO side, or CS2 as it's now known, it's quite a we're quite a quiet community. It doesn't really get noticed much. We're very, very quiet there. So to be able to be a part of a project that starts out to build and create future talent that might be able to take South Africa, put it on a map for sim racing, is quite something. I mean, we already have great teams like Genesis out there, but we need more teams up there. So when Xavier posted in our approach him, and it was a good one. It's a good project to be a part of, a great project to be a part of, really. So when I transitioned from the ACC side, I'm pretty much fired up the iRacing side there, spending a season in the F4 side before getting off to THT. Being able to just spearhead that project, get the F4 side started, getting drivers such as Jaco Grobler, who is also driving tonight here, to get started that side and be transferred over. It's a great project. And the hierarchy thing was the process of getting such a project underway is, you have to be very smart. Well, you have to be careful on how the cars are chosen. At that point, we ran two cars. Well, we had the one Ferrari for Wagner Schumann, and then some of our AM drivers, and then majority of the team chose the McLaren. Was one I recommended, and it was also, I think Xavier would also agree with this, that the McLaren is quite a tricky car to start out with, but it also highlights what type of driving style the driver will have. Do they like to have a bit of a loose rear, or a very, very more pointy, solid, grounded car to the car to drive around in? So through that process of elimination, alongside other coaches such as Wagner Schumann, Xavier also helping there, and then just asking around and doing that, we were able to just quite quickly develop from, I think, a 3-man driving team of myself, Wagner Schumann and Mondre Klaassen into...
Yaku?
Yeah.
Yaku or Mondre who came first?
Mondre, funny enough. Mondre. Yeah. And then we exploded into a organization from just normally having one driver and a reserve into, I think, 5 teams at that point. And it's a good project. Definitely one that continues to grow. I might not be part of the Pandastic side anymore, but I still keep an eye out and hear and listen to what's going on there. I mean, the guys know that if they have anything, they can always reach out. But it's
we still love Cameron too, by the way. We still watch his iRacing. We love his iRacing. Just
so it's one of these like you've got a home. It's like when you move out of your parents' home, you still go to your parents to say how's it, and that type of thing.
Yeah, you just have to sleep on the couch every now and then because they change your room into a workspace. I'm kidding, Mom, Dad. If you do watch this, I'm just joking, by the way. I know my bed is so fine. Into an office, yes. No, but the Pandastic team and the Pandastic org is a very, very, for such a young org, it has hit quite large milestones. I mean, Nicholas here. I don't want to accidentally say a wrong or butcher the surname. I know it's Kukic. I'd rather say that. He's a great talent, a great driver, and to have him race among South Africans, it's also Stephen will say that it's, in the words of our Ukrainian friends, it's fun to have other nationalities and other countries come and race just to help sharpen up skills. And that's, I mean, we know each other. Everybody in here knows how everybody drives. So having a different name come in and having them improve their skills is always quite great.
Putting a spanner in the works and collaboration always being key for any of the teams. Xavier, from my side, I mean, you're looking to collaborate, work with other teams, other drivers to help hone skills as they all progress through the world. I want to ask, what is the end goal? What is the end solution for the Pandassi org? Now, yes, you have this developmental team, the development through everything, whether it be streaming, whether it be racing, whether it be just CSGO. What is the end goal that Pandassi is going for to battle it out against, like the Ominous team, like the Hybrid Racing, and Team Kerygma, and all those types of teams that have been long-standing through the years? What, as a new team that has entered the world of iRacing, what is the main goal? Is it to go for the championships, to go and grab the trophy and say we are here to bring the fight, or is it here to say we develop the drivers that land up going and transitioning into the superstars that we know that every single person throughout the grid is capable of doing?
So, first of all, I do just want to say, you guys give us a lot of credit. Steven, you and Cameron, racing on iRacing, probably one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. One of you guys might be faster than the other, I'll grant you that. But
no,
you guys racing, man.
That's Cameron.
He's racing.
That's Cameron hands. The Underman and Cameron are the fastest, but if we're talking about who saves tires and fuel, I just want to say
that's you.
I just want to take my hands. You know, I'm cheaper on 93. That 100 rand goes a little bit
We're
longer.
running 93, so
Listen,
that's why I can't get all the power out. Now I understand. Maybe I'm
listen,
going to.
with the fuel prices, you need someone like Steven to save a bit, okay? No, listen. So first of all, you two have. Steven, what you're doing on your side, from my racing side, that's brilliant. I would just like to point that out. If you guys aren't involved in Steven's stuff yet, get involved, please. He's amazing in all aspects. You do not get a person better than Steven. And Cameron, obviously. Sorry, Cameron. Going on from that, what's the end goal? So, okay, Steven, you have to tell me now. I've got 3 answers. Do you want the capitalist answer? Do you want the honest answer? Or do you want the non-self-serving answer?
So I'm going to be straight with you. I want the Xavier Odendahl answer. The you
my
answer.
Full name,
not
my full government name.
That's it. The Xavier Odendahl answer, not the this is the face of Pandassi, this is what Pandassi wants to do, or this is the business option, you know, not the rose-tinted glasses, as some would say. I want to know from the boss himself, the end goal that you go through it. Yeah, no, it is the pressure, but it is the question that I'm sure a lot of teams are going for, because I can tell you, up and down through the grid here, if we take a look at Slick Racing, their end goal is not only to win with a dominating factor, they want to be the team that everyone is looking at, that guys will be saying, this is it. For the Ominous gaming team, the Ominous KSR team, they want to be the sim racing team in the world, and looking to prepare and take on the likes of Jordan Sherritt, take on the likes of Jardier, Jimmy Broadbent. They want to be the fastest in Africa, in the Africa Cup coming up next year. They want to go to the Motorsport Games and prove that they're the best in the world. ZRC wanting to be the community that helps grow the drivers and has some phenomenal racing out there. They're looking for the community aspect to have a lot of fun. Then you've got the likes of the team Tryhard Bandits. They want to just have fun and prove what they can do and enjoy it with their mates. Then you've got yourselves as the Pandacity team. You've got the Luxury Time Racing looking to be the esports sim racing team. Out and out, cannot be beaten. What is your goal, Xavier Odendahl?
Steven, I want to, in all honesty, I want to change things up. For me, I've been in the esports team for a few years now. I started on high school esports, actually playing. Then I realized I wasn't good enough. But in all honesty, I want to change things up. My issue with the esports scene, and especially in South Africa, is it gets stale. You have all these base teams, all these big teams everyone looks at, and it's like, okay, these are always going to be the teams, right? With X, Y, and Z, these are always going to be their teams, they're always going to win. And that's been an issue for me in terms of, and that's why, I started this with developmental drivers, is because in my eyes, you look at like the US esports team, right? Where they literally have esports organizations popping up every single day, almost every single minute, right? But as South Africans, we don't have that luxury. The country isn't big enough. We don't have as many people that have access to this technology. So for me, I want to be at the spear that changes everything, if that makes sense. I want Panacity to come into the market and it be a shock to other teams in terms of, kind of not knowing how to handle it, if that makes sense. We want to reach those highs. We want to put people in the position where they can be the fastest in Africa. That's obviously the end goal. But you have to think to get to the point where you can be the fastest in Africa, you have to get to the point where you can be the fastest in RaceFace, if that makes sense. You have to be the fastest in gold first. You have to be the fastest in silver first. So I want to take drivers, to take players in whatever category it may be, whatever game, and I want to say breed is the wrong word. I want to develop a type of player who's going to go into the pro scene under us and change things up, who's going to make a shock, who's going to do things different.
Mold it and shape it, as one would
exactly
say.
And the thing is, I think we have to avoid stuff becoming stale, and the only reason we can do that is if we say, listen, let's push for something new. And that's our goal. We're going to push for something new. We're going to push hard. And you guys better watch out. We're going to be at your tails. All of our competitors listening. That's what I'm going to say.
Ooh, sorry to interrupt there. A disqualification for car number 5. Apparently, there were some issues with the pit lane. I wonder, they're busy appealing to the stewards if they can get it overturned.
That is nuts.
Oh, that is a proper knock there, and definitely not ideal situation. So Xavier, sorry to cut you short in there, but it's good to have you coming in and giving a bit of thoughts there, looking to be that shock to the system, that shot in the arm for the esports team. I know for Team Heap Together, that was pretty much what we've always been, is let's have a bit of fun. And suddenly now sitting with a variety of different races and, well, being that little bit of a shock to the system of, well, the team that the guys have just gone, who the heck are you? We Team Heap Together, and just waving from the distance. But yeah, it's always good to hear from the boss. So I'm going to leave you be to have a bit of fun out there. We're going to go and have a chat to the rest of our drivers. But Xavier, looking forward to having a chat to you a little bit later on and getting some feedback down in the pits from your drivers during the night stint. Thank you very much for joining us.
Have a great day. Thanks.
Xavier Undal from the Panda SC team. Always a bit of fun to have a chat to him. So let's bring in Michael Donaldson to come and have a chat to us. Michael, hello, dragging you in. Sorry for that. I know that that was a bit uncomfortable. First of all, what on earth has gone on?
Well, our 24-hour just turned into a 12-hour. So.
Ooh.
Yeah. Bernard had a couple issues with his throttle. I think it was like he was lifting randomly on a straight line, and then next thing you know, we're coming into the pit lane at like 120 k's an hour. And it was like, I was like, okay, that's at least a stop and go. Next thing you know, we exit, and it's like DSQ.
Oh, so it seems like some sort of mechanical issue. Now Stephen, Michael also know this. We actually had something like this happen earlier this week with Daniel the Hitman de Villiers, quite well known within the ACC community, where his pedals would go from 100 to 70 and then would just blip around. It seems like something is corrupting the car, all the car software out there. It seems like it.
I'm telling you, it's the guys in first place, but they didn't want us catching them.
Okay. So we're
Fighting words.
So I know you guys are trying to chat to the stewards, and I know there's a quick run up to the box and just trying to get it overturned so you can get back into the race. I can only imagine the emotions that are going through right now. You were on that charge, you were climbing through. Your drives were going really, really well. We did have a chat to your teammates as well, just talking about it. But what's the game plan? If you can get the car back out, it's definitely a long drive throughout of it. What's the plan?
Oh, well, first of all, we've got Loic and Tristan in the steward's waiting room, hoping that we can chat to steward and get our DSQ kind of taken out. However, I don't know. I think Hunty might have gone to bed. Because I'm not seeing him online. I'm seeing him in the server, but yeah, we're hopeful. We're hopeful we can get it overturned and somehow bring things back. But I don't know what a DSQ does. I don't know if it sets you back to default or what goes on, because we instantly went from 10th down to 15th. So it's a weird one.
Well, let's see what they can do. Maybe try and reach out to Bert's Hugo. Maybe a phone call on that. But Michael, we're going to leave you be on that one while you guys are handling on that, and we hope that you guys can get back out on the circuit and hopefully try and figure out what exactly went on with the car. Well done on your drive, though, and we look forward to seeing the car getting back out, and it's going to be a monstrous climb. But we know that your car can be able to do it. We've seen it before.
Yeah,
I
really want to finish it. So, which comes to shove, I'll drive these last 12 myself.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Michael Donaldson. I'm going to move you to the stewards waiting room to be with fellow teammates.
Yeah.
Well, bit of a change up there. Let's bring in another driver to come and have a chat to us. Let's bring in Daniel the Hitman de Villiers. Who we did not expect to see here tonight, watching the PWSR team. Daniel, welcome to the commentary box, and what a time. This time we're not seeing you out on the circuit, but in turn watching the PWSR cars. How has it been for you, sitting in a world of emotions? You've got a new driver sitting in the seat. You watching your team take on a very challenging circuit, seeing the disconnect, the reconnect, the fight up the ladder, the disconnect again. I'm sure emotions is running a little bit high in the commentary box, and even for yourself, that is going through a lot.
Well, first of all, morning, Cameron and Steven. Hope you guys are still going to be awake there. I haven't followed much of this race, actually. I haven't been too much involved for this 24-hour, but at least I did saw server issues and all that type of stuff. And yeah, I'm just checking in with the team and telling them good luck. I'm actually off to bed, so checking you on my TV and just want to pop in and say hi and good luck to everyone still.
Always interesting to have a chat to you. I believe it's been a bit of a long day for you. I've been on taking on a new challenge for a longer endurance race, and once again, it's the first time I actually heard. So congratulations for one. But how are you feeling out there? I mean, if I believe it correct, you're a newly appointed dad on this?
Yes, Stephen. Well, the little one is already 4 months old, so time flies a bit.
Stephen isn't as technologically advanced as some of us then.
No. I've missed out a lot. I live under a rock, but once again, having a little one, that is a new challenge, and it's always great to hear on that side of things. But it's also nice to hear that you're coming and checking in on your fellow teammates on how the race is going, watching out on the TV. But Mr. Thriller Miller, you've had a great season in GT3 racing. The 2nd of May, you're going to be back in having a bit of fun in the GT3 racing. Seeing what the car's doing here at the Nordschleife race, are you looking forward to moving into the Ferrari, considering you had a bit of fun out in the Zodiac racing community? I believe was in the Nissan GTR before moving into the going and looking at the Ferrari, the team looking to move everyone into the Ferrari 296.
Yeah, Stephen, I'm not very confident in this car. It's a very different driving style to adapt to what I'm used to for like driving the Nissan and the Porsche at the time. But I'm sure I can manage it.
Well, you got to get it right. Cameron, before we let Daniel go for a bit of bedtime, a bit of rest after a long day, anything you would like to say to him before we say cheers and he goes and has a cup of coffee and dozes off?
Well, not much of a question. Me and Daniel go back a long way, and no, just it always makes me happy to hear some good news from old friends and stuff. But no, Daniel, I'm pretty sure you must be probably proper itching to get to be doing this race here. But yeah, family comes first as always, or just personal life comes first. So going forward for the rest of the endurance series, will we be seeing you jump into the Ferrari at one point, or will you be sitting out the series to just focus on the GT3 championships, where you have definitely been making quite an uproar in terms of where you fish and the fights, the battles you've been having with other competitors?
Cameron, I think I will be sitting out for the endurance until I get the pedals sorted. I don't want to drop the whole team midway through a long endurance race when I still have pedal issues.
You only need the throttle pedal. I mean, you never use the brakes in any case.
Even if you use 70%, you'll still be faster than Steven. No, I'm joking. Sorry, Steven. This is late night Cameron being roasting today again.
I'm not even going to dispute that, to be honest.
No, but yeah, no. So for those from our viewers who don't know, Daniel had quite a good race on Wednesday, I believe. Yeah, Wednesday, I believe, Stephen.
Yes,
and he was leading for pretty much the entire race, and then just after his final stop that had to be done, his throttle pedal decided to act up a bit. Instead of going 100, it only went 70. And even with that, he still closed down a 10-second gap to 1 second at the end. So he was definitely flying that evening. But yes, so you spoke about that issue there. I don't want to keep you too long there. But now we see that another team, car number 5 from the Omnius Gaming OKC Z squad, sorry, is having, well, their driver that was in the car seems to have been experiencing the same issue. So it looks like it's something that's messing around with the car, well, with the throttles in the cars or something with the blood cells.
It could be the camera, but I don't have a good record of endurance races.
Don't worry, I know about that one.
I had graphics card issues in my first endurance series with PWSR, and it's the throttle one, so I don't have any luck at all in endurance racing.
Well, I hope that it gets sorted soon, or just get sorted and get to the bottom of it, and that it's not hardware related, but rather software related in terms of the simulator not performing as it should, or just some nicks in terms of the computer system.
We'll take it one at a time.
Otherwise, you just yank wires out and you go from there. But all the best, and have a good rest, and we'll see you in the maybe
morning.
later tonight. Good morning. Yeah, see you in the morning.
Yeah.
So yeah, but thank you, Daniel, for joining in there.
Well, thanks, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Awesome to have you here Oh, it's always good to have a chat to Daniel de Villiers, and after he's having a bit of time. Solo Drifter coming in and having a bit of a chat. Is Jardier in this? No, Jardier is not. We've actually got guys that are better than Jardier, and I will stand by that. Better racing. Jardier has a bit to learn from some of our drivers out on the circuit that is really pushing the boundaries here, mostly South African circuit. We do have some overseas competitors out from the UK, out from the world of Europe, which is always a bit of fun. But who knows? Maybe Jardier will be jumping into the next season, or next season, or next races. It's always invited. We'd love to see more of international competitors coming and being a part of the racing for our GT3 and GT2 RaceFace.Pro endurance series, and looking forward to having it. So Solar Drifter, thank you very much for joining us. No, he is unfortunately not in this race, but we will have, you know, always a welcome, a door always open for Mr. Jardier to come have a bit of fun, a couple of others, and we'll show exactly why South Africa is faster than him. Just saying. Yeah. Hashtag just saying. It only takes 1 second or 1 point to drill the entire world. That's for certain. Yeah, a couple of chats to come in. We're going to have another chat to a ZRC driver who's handed the car over. And we're going to bring in a Mr. Essie Estes, who's had a difficult time out there. So let's bring in Essie Estes from ZRC. Yeah. Essie, welcome to the commentary box. Sorry to pull you away from a bit of a chat going in. So the Drifter saying, I'm clipping that. You're more than welcome to clip it. You know,
I wasn't voicing it, so I can't be dragged into it.
Okay, so Solo Drifter, I got a better one before I get to Essie. You can clip this. I challenge. My name is Stephen Koenig from RaceFace.Pro. And I challenge everyone around the world to enter the RaceFace.Pro Endurance GT2 and GT3 series. Because out there in the world, you guys might think you're quick. But we've got drivers that are quicker. So I challenge the world, much like the rugby games, to see whether you guys can get close to us. So you can clip that, you can send that, and even to all the fans, Jimmy Broadbent, Jardier, everyone, we challenge you to a duel in our next endurance race coming up.
And if that doesn't come out, then I will go clip it and I'll share it on Twitter, or as it's now known as X.
The only X I have has been a year and a bit away. But in the booth is not an X, it's an E, and that is Essie. Essie, welcome to the commentary box. Sorry about that. But currently running in 4th place. You had a phenomenal run in your race. Also, a couple of moments that, well, in the words of Gabriel Melman, mini poos coming out and the walls getting a little bit more exciting. Take us through the moments of this race. I mean, I believe this was a spur of the moment to get in the car and suddenly choosing the Ferrari, not having as much experience in the ZRC championship. You guys are, well, you're racing the Mercedes and now transitioning to a 296, especially around Nordschleife, in a spur of the moment to get this car ready to go racing. Walk us through what went through your mind.
Well, thanks first of all, Stephen, Cameron, evening. Well,
morning.
It's morning, yeah.
It's morning, actually.
Morning. So, yeah, we actually, Michael and Russ, they were competing in the SSRI something 24-hour of Nords. And obviously with all the server issues, that race sort of died a slow death as well. And then they said, okay, but they would, because they've been racing since 1 o'clock already. So he still wants to do his 24 hours, although he'll only be able to do 23. So he did they did their first 8 hours already on another race, and that one died. And then in the spur of the moment they said, but okay, they're going to move over to the RaceFace one, and asked me if I wanted to come with. asked the organizers, they said it's fine, and there we were. Yeah, my first stint didn't go too well. I made sure that I modify the aerodynamics on the Ferrari quite a lot.
Was it on your last lap of fuel? Like a certain someone that happens to be in the commentary box with us.
Yeah, sometimes it does. I think one or two of the issues happened luckily on the last lap, so it wasn't too bad. But still, you lose a lot of time. But I said to the guys, listen, I want another stab at it. Before I go to sleep, I'm going to leave the youngsters that they do the night shift and bring the car home, or I'll see them in the morning or later. Then I had a very nice run. I did a double stint, and the times were good. I had a few little moments, but luckily nothing too serious, and we could claw back some time and end in the fourth place where we are now currently. So at least we clawed something back, starting last position today, and at least we're up to fourth. So hopefully we just keep going, keep it out of the barriers, and that's the best you can hope for, I think.
Well, now this circuit, this is one that you've been practicing in Assetto Corsa for a lot of time. Then it got transitioned into Assetto Corsa Competizione, chomping at the bit to go racing. What's your thoughts of the track so far, racing day to night, seeing the transitions? How does the track feel now that it's finally in the hands of a Assetto Corsa Competizione driver?
Well, I can give you the PC answer or my true feeling on it.
Your true feelings, but no swearing.
Yes. The track looks beautiful. Really,
But
it's an amazing track to drive. The cars are not there yet. They don't have the same feel about them. Specifically the Merc. The Merc on Nordschleife is like an absolute cow trying to get up a staircase. It's almost impossible. And yet on other tracks it's much more stable. So I do think there's still a little bit of work that needs to be done to get the suspension and things, the fine tuning, just to get settled. The Ferrari is very easy to drive here and very easy to drive fast, but I think the other cars might be a bit more tricky. So other than that, I mean, we've been looking forward to this for many years, and we are glad to finally get it. But yeah, I do think they just have a little bit more work to do to get the cars up to scratch.
Well, it's good to see the ZRC team making their return back to the endurance side of things. And you guys have been running races on the Wednesday with a bit of a collaboration happening between RaceFace and yourself. I mean, this has been a bit of an interesting time where communities are talking to one another, saying, look, that's, instead of splitting a sport, let's work together in improving things. You guys even taking over the role of teaching drivers that are very, very new, as we heard from the Venom team, saying that they've gone to the teachings. You guys are releasing videos on the races before of how to get fast for humans instead of aliens, where to get the braking points right. Any questions are coming up as well. And to your league racing out on a Wednesday, the transition into that, and then also working with other communities. What's the end goal for ZRC? For anyone that doesn't know, is Zodiac Racing Community. It originally started as a little racing team and now has progressed into something more, into like a family that has gotten into racing, as well as a aspiring league that's now in the sim racing space here in South Africa.
Well, Stephen, there's a lot of questions there, so it's going to take some time to answer you.
That's fine.
But let's start at the start. So I think that, first of all, people have to also understand that arranging and organizing and all the things that go into hosting a series or a league, it's a lot of work. Being on that side at the moment, I think it's nice that we sort of share the load in the South African space with the RaceFace doing their stuff on a Thursday, and we doing our stuff on a Wednesday, and Alan R and on a Tuesday, and that type of thing. So it's not just one promoter or organizer that have to sort of carry the whole can down the road. So that's a good thing, I think, that that load is spread, and I mean, everybody is welcome to drive wherever they want. That's not the issue. So I think that's a very good thing, that there's a lot of different options available for members to drive, and it helps and makes sure that you meet different people. You've got different drivers on the tracks. Some of them are still the same ones, but it's good to have some new guys coming in. Then from Zodiac's side, our focus has always been, we're not as much as a driving team or a racing team. We are more of a racing community, and our focus has always been to have a place where even the new guy can come there, and we can provide information and help and everything like that to get them faster, get them more comfortable, because we don't want anybody to be discouraged. I remember when I started ACC, I had no idea what I was doing. So that's something that I sort of missed. I wish I had somebody that just taught me the basics, how to do the pit stop, how to change the things on the car to make sure that everything works accordingly, the tire pressures and those things, and then come to setups of the vehicle and all that type of thing. So I was in the deep end, and I wanted to create a place where newcomers have the ability to ask those questions, get comfortable with the racing sim, because sometimes the learning curve is quite steep, and you don't want guys to get disheartened if it's difficult, because it is difficult. It's not that easy thing just to get in and drive fast. Not everybody has got that talent or instant know-how, and that is what our focus has always been on, to make sure that there's a place for everybody to come and race. And we provide the training every Monday evening, and we structure it in such a way as well where we give you a rundown of the track, and then we jump in with you in the car and have a look at how you are doing and give you some pointers one-on-one. And in that way, we try and just help the guys find their feet, find their rhythm, and just get comfortable so that they carry on racing. That's the most important thing. We want the guys to start somewhere and don't get too disheartened about the difficulty and then say, oh no, this is too difficult, I'm not going to do this anymore. So that's where we come in, and that's been our focus. We've got a relatively big team now, driving for ZRC, so we've got some fast guys, we've got some medium guys, we've got some slower guys, and it's true that we are like the family over there, and we are almost every night we chat to each other, so everybody knows everyone, and it's a very nice place to be. And in a nutshell, I hope I answered all your questions. I think I've covered most of it.
I think you've answered every little box, and as you brought up, you got your fast guys, your medium guys, your slow guys, and then you got your elites like myself that are so quick that we're giving everyone else an opportunity. So I'm gonna just sit in the comms box instead.
Oh, the lies that are being sorted out here, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no lies on that one. That's just it's just hashtag facts, But it's good to have you out here, and good to see that you're having a bit of fun. I know that you're going to get some rest. What can we expect? Who's next to jump in the car, and when is the next planned pit stop for you guys?
Well, firstly, I just hope they are able to bring the car through the dark hours into the morning light. Michael is going to be in now. He hasn't driven in this race yet. He did a lot of driving in the other race that they did today, so he was very keen to get in, so he's probably going to put in a a few stints, and then Russ will take over from him. I'm not too sure exactly what the current fuel status is, but I reckon they'll be able to just keep it steady, and then until I see them a bit later again, and then hopefully I'll get a chance to do a few laps again, and then hopefully it all ends well. But yeah, they've got it under control. I've got big confidence in them, so we'll see how it goes.
We also taking a look, we got Armo in the grandstand saying that Essie's a real Chad, taught me so much, which is a big compliment on that side when you've got
Thanks, man.
a driver and someone just giving a bit of shout out there. So Essie, a lot of support coming your way, and to the ZRC, feel free to take a look at Zodiac Racing Community out on SimGP, but also take a look at the team that's putting in the effort right now. Essie, we're going to give you a little bit of break. I know you need to get a couple of hours rest before you back in the car, so we're going to let the major go and get a little bit of rest.
Yeah, the old people must get their beauty sleep. But Stephen, hopefully you've got some monsters and popcorn and everything lined up to keep you guys awake. But good luck with that. And once again, thank you so much for providing the wonderful commentary and just bringing it to the world. I think without you guys, nobody would see this. Nobody would be able to enjoy it with us. So big thanks up to you guys as well.
And yeah, I've worked on something just for you. You know that.
Oh boy, if you start singing Captain, I'm out.
No. I'm gonna say goeiemorgen and have a good one.
Goeiemorgen. Have a good one.
Goeiemorgen en lekker aand verder. There we go.
Okay.
Well done, Stephen.
I understood like half of that sentence, but thank you, Essie. I feel great. It only took me 29 years to get that one right. So
baby steps, brother. Baby steps.
I mean, that's why I'm there to teach Steven and Janneman some Afrikaans as we go.
Janneman will beat you hands down. But Essie, thank you very much, and we look forward to having a chat with you a little bit later on.
Cheers, guys. Have a good evening.
Cheerio.
Thank you, Essie.
Well, it's a bit of a chat out there, and the guys going and having a bit of fun. But we're getting a bit of reports here from the likes of Bernard Rayner of the OKZ team saying, unfortunately, they will be throwing in the towel after the DSQ. It seems like they were unable to get that overturned, and will be one of our retirements for the race, leaving us down to 15 cars. 14 actually still going and pushing their way through. Unfortunately, just not able to get it due to a technical failure, dropping them out of the race. It's a gut punch blow. It really is, and knowing that it was out of your hands at that point,
I mean,
take you out of it.
It's gut wrenching. You start the race with a red flag. You basically ran 12 hours. Yes, we had a bit of a delay from about a 4 hour or something delay there. Not even 4 hours, I think. But it's gut wrenching, Stephen, to be able to do all the prep work our schedules, buy the necessary stuff in terms of just getting the energy drinks sorted. I know they've got some very nice backing there for the OG squad there, squads. But it's just gut wrenching. I mean, they've got as Loic said, they had a great start at the beginning after the red flag, from 9th up into 2nd, and from there on it just seems to have fallen off the wagon from there, and it's sad. It's a team that showed a lot of potential, and the beauty is still that, yes, they might be out now, but who knows, maybe the team are able to, because it's right by the garage, can get something sorted, and the stewards might decide, listen, let's give them another shot, let them compete. There might be laps down, but let them complete the race. That's all that matters.
Now, that's as we take a look at the True Racing, our lone GT2 still out on circuit, the KTM Crossbow. I was going to say looks are growing on me. Honestly, a car that would be a rather rather good bit of fun to have a burn in. But let's take a running look at the order as it stands. We got Slick Racing out in first place, followed by Team Tryhard Bandits in second. Then we have got the ominous KSR Endurance team running in third place. Fourth place is the ZRC team trying to make their way up. We had a chat with SESAs a little bit earlier. Then we got Luxury Time Racing currently in fifth place. Sixth is True Racing, the Soul GT2, so first in class. Pandacity Infiltrate 2 ahead of the pack, and they're keeping ahead of the Pandacity Infiltrate 1, which is their primary team, if I remember correctly, that is trying to make up some time. The PWSR 24 also clawing back after a disconnect. Darren Miller behind the wheel on that one. Hybrid Racing going and switching over to Daniel Rowe, who's going to be possibly double stinting this time around. Helldivers out in 11th position, fighting for Super Earth as it stands. Team Kerygma Racing in 12th, followed by Venom. Team Venom doing a fantastic job out there. Ebb and Flow in the lone Honda and powering our way through. Hunty Myberg taking a break, being the solo driver. And then we have got the likes of our ominous gaming team, the OKZ, unfortunately retiring due to a bit of a problem, and a couple of guys going and checking out. So yes, we do have roughly 14 cars that are actively in full stunt race. Hunty Myberg would make 15, but he is the solo driver, so he's taking breaks. And I would say he's not quite in the same fight as everyone else at this point. We got two different classes that are racing in the series. It is a GT3 and GT2 class racing, and entries are still open for everyone heading into round 2, which would be Monza a little bit later on during the course of this year for the RaceFace.Pro GT3 GT2 Championship. So take a look over at SimGrid down in the description. And yeah, it has definitely been a race of attrition, and as we brought up, there was a red flag earlier today when we started at 12 o'clock. Had a bit of a time delay restarting the race at 8 o'clock at night here in South Africa, and with it being 1:45 in the morning, drivers are starting to just work through their paces, just trying to keep that momentum. We heard from Xavier where his drivers are just racing in a little bit of silence just to focus on the race at hand, not having that conversation, not having the voices in their ears the whole time telling them, look, this is what's happening, this is what's going on, how they're battling their way through. They're going and rather just keeping a solid drive all the way through. Cameron, we've now hit that bit of a tiring point, and I've been in these type of situations where you're going through the motions at this point. You've also hit it where you're just going through the motions, and you're still giving a bit of a push. You don't want to let off the throttle, otherwise more mistakes are going to happen. But you're just focusing on the race. You've now stopped looking at the clock as we see Darren Miller into the wall. PWSR hard into the wall while we were talking about the driver fatigue and going through the motions. That, unfortunately, is going to lay a bit of damage onto the car. Front end, rear end, and side on. Thankfully, not too hard, but not exactly what they want to have at the moment.
No, absolutely, Stephen. And unfortunately, that was the perfect example of just driver fatigue kicking in there, and a little bit of error rush from chasing down the Pandacity Infiltrates 1 team there. This is not really this is not something I've experienced over a 12-hour yet every time, because either we've had internet issues or some sort of mechanical failure on one of our driver rigs from the races that I've run. That car does not look to be in the shape to turn at all. I think they're just limping it back towards the pits to do a repair there. But yes, I mean, we ran the 12-hour that I ran. We stuck around throughout the night from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It got to the point where it felt similar, where it gets repetitive. As we see the Honda diving out of the way there for the KTM GT2. At one point, it just starts getting a bit of repetitive. You have the track in mind. You know your breakpoints. You might feel like a zombie just drifting around and you're just lapping endlessly. But that is when it starts to get very, very dangerous. You go into this tunnel and neutral zone, one would say. Well, yeah, neutral zone basically, where you don't really focus, but you don't really notice anything going on around you. You just drive and drive. And then, unfortunately, at one miscalculation or a slip of concentration, and we have an accident like we had there for the PWS Archon. It's very much a dead zone in terms of drivers for the drivers. It's a dangerous place to make mistakes. It is also during the nighttime races, well, with the nighttime section of these enduros, where you will see many cars retire in sim and in real world because either the car gets damaged to the point where it's just too much of it's just too much and can't be limped back, and they just throw in a towel saying, listen, this is it. Or they have a mechanical issue like we had with the case of OKZ team, and unfortunately it just can't be repaired. So this is death central, one would rather say. This is where cars either see it till the end or decide to call it for the race, and guess what, you will only be able to race again next year.
Yeah, no, this is a once in a year shot to get it right, and the last thing you want to do is get a mistake, and you wouldn't drive through through the adversity at this point if you can. Unfortunately, some drivers and some teams that really wanted to drive through the adversity are unable to do so, as we've seen. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we onlook for the race, we're going to be going into a little bit of a break. It is the early hours of the morning, so we're going to leave you with Tim going through the race, and we will be back in a little bit just to allow ourselves to get a little bit more rest, to warm up a cup of coffee, stretch our legs a bit here in the team, in the THT production side of things, and we will be back afresh to give you some of the more of the racing. If you want to keep up with all the live action, live updates, feel free to take a look at our live timing down in the description, and feel free to also hit that subscribe button along with the bell notification icon. Leave a like as well, as it's good for our algorithm, and also just let us know who you're supporting in the race and who's keeping awake during this whole run. It's always good to have you guys having a bit of fun and being a part of this. This is the 24 hours of our round 1 of the RaceFace.Pro Nordschleife 24-hour race for the GT2 and GT3 championship. Drivers needing to push themselves a little bit more. Lots still to go on. Lots of racing to carry on. 11 hours left of this race, so don't go anywhere. Keep it tuned, put it in the background. Don't get caught out missing any of the action, because at the moment we still have 14 cars actively circulating in this race, and all it takes is Lady Luck to walk out of those pits and Murphy will be waiting at the door. So don't go anywhere and keep an eye on the action. We're going to take a break right here and have a bit of fun. Cameron, go and enjoy that cup of coffee. I know that you are going to be having a chat to the drivers that are keeping the kettle close by.
I'm gonna go into the hospitality center and see if I can get some good coffee from that side. Always love myself a nice cup of joe. But yeah, it's we'll be back shortly, everybody, and don't go anywhere. Keep on cheering for your team that you want to support, and we will be back shortly.
ladies and gentlemen, for a bit of racing right here at the RaceFace.Pro Endurance Championship for GT2s and GT3s. We still have 14 cars actively racing around the circuit. 13 in the run. We've had, unfortunately, some retirements dropping us out. Thank you very much for joining us here at RaceFace.Pro. My name is Stephen Koenig, and joining me in the commentary box, the man, the myth, the legend, we have got Cameron DeBastos ready to have some fun with Cameron. A little bit going on here. We're going to be starting a new link for the live stream, so just want to inform everyone that there will be a new link coming up shortly, and be able to get some more information to you guys in this. Lots of people are talking about the difficulties of this race, how it's all going, and not an easy run. This is definitely a fight of who can get themselves to the end, who's going to be able to push themselves that little bit more. Your thoughts so far into this race?
Well, Steven, I think this has definitely, they say endurance racing is a test of man and machine. And definitely at this point, I think our drivers are definitely feeling the test of man, and the computers might be feeling the test of the machine. So it's been as Ron says, my word, this is tough. Yeah, it's definitely a rough race thus far, and it can only gonna get a bit more tougher from here, or easier, depending on how well you look after your car.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, keep your eyes fixed to the channel. We will be starting off with a new link because YouTube does not like us streaming for 12 hours at one shot. We got to break it up into parts, and we'll be back with a quick rundown of who is where, and yeah, then we'll be heading on to a little bit of a reprieve break for the entire team, just to get a bit of rest. We will have Tim on the cameras until the time. So we will be starting with our return in just a few moments. So keep your eyes onto the channel.